Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Steve Marchese, Vice Chair of the St. Paul School Board. We are going to begin public comment now. Public comment provides the opportunity to bring issues to the attention of the Board of Education. This is an opportunity for the board to listen, and as a general rule, the board will not respond to comments made by speakers. All speakers are asked to sign in on the sign-in log and complete a blue sign-in form on the table. You are reminded that you can sign in ahead of time by calling the board secretary or by requesting time online on the Board of Education website. Please write legibly, fill in all information so we can organize the comments by topic and priority. Public comment sign-in ends at 5:30. We are past 5:30, so we have our list for this evening. The order in which speakers will be called is as follows: students, speakers referencing an agenda-related item, and then others in the order of names received, with preference given to those who have not spoken in the past 3 months. After you have spoken, please leave your forms or a copy of your presentation with Ms. Kilgore, who is sitting right over here. Audience members are asked to remain quiet during public comments so all may hear. Speakers are advised that any complaint or issue related to personnel must be made in writing. For your own legal protection and the legal rights of staff, please do not include identifiers of St. Paul Public School employees, such as names, job titles, grades taught, or work location. Each presentation will be timed, and the black box on the counter rail will beep and show an amber light when 1 minute is left and a red light when time is up. When time is up, speakers are asked to complete their statement immediately. The time allotment may be reduced to allow as many speakers as possible to offer their comments within the 30 minutes we've allocated. Individuals tonight will be allocated 3 minutes. If a large group wishes to address one subject, we ask that you coordinate among yourselves so that we can present the subject within an allotted amount of time. Speakers are asked to be respectful when making their presentations. Any disrespectful conduct by the speaker will result in forfeiting speaker time. Audience members are likewise expected to be respectful of speakers. Disrespectful conduct may result in your being asked to leave the room or a recess being called. Please begin by stating your name only. No additional information such as address is necessary. We're going to start with our first speaker. That is Ms. Kennelly. Thank you.
Hi. Am I ready to go? Hi, my name is Stephanie Kennelly, and I am here as a wellness advocate. I work for a company called 1000 Petals, and I am here specifically to promote the wellness team and their upcoming request for funding. We have worked with the St. Paul Public School District for 7 years, and some of the pillars that the wellness team will talk to you about is staff wellness, physical activity, and mental health. And I personally and my company feels that these are critical for student learning, specifically staff wellness, that when teachers address their own wellness and other staff, that it helps with retention and quality of instruction and student co-regulation. We have provided, through Health Partners, after-school yoga for staff in the St. Paul Public School District, and also we've done wellness fairs. We, with the school, have done workshops, trainings, and also residencies. We've gotten some of our funding through grants and SHIP, the School-Wide Health Improvement Program through the county. We've also utilized those funds too. But we feel that with very little financial investment, you get a huge return on that investment in staff regulation and addressing mental health, physical activity, and social-emotional learning of your students. Our work is appropriate for your pre-K students all the way through high school, and we have a variety of resources and products to differentiate for the learning. And so thank you for hearing me, and I don't, so there's no questions or comments or anything, right? Okay, so hopefully you'll consider supporting your wellness team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Moore.
Good evening. I'm William Moore. I am a health educator, certified perinatal educator with St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health. And I, as well, just came to speak of my support for the wellness initiatives on behalf of St. Paul Public Schools, of what they've been able to do with pretty limited resources, but they've been able to really make a significant impact, I believe, with some of the SHIP dollars that we have been able to help provide through Ramsey County Public Health, as well as some other leverage funding that they have been able to use and take advantage of. If it comes to anything from some moving and learning initiatives that are going on in some of the different schools, schoolyard guarding initiatives to promote a sustainable infrastructure. And some procedural changes around health eating, physical activity. Um, and I've seen a huge impact as far as the way I've myself has also volunteered in some of your buildings and seen some of the work that's been going on. And I've seen how a lot of the staff have kind of gravitated and jumped on board with a lot of these initiatives and tried to help push forth and improve things, not only in the school building, but they really have a residual effect in the surrounding community. So I just wanted to come, make sure that I express the support, make sure that you all know that we at St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health, we see to the good work that is going on on behalf of St. Paul Public Schools when it comes to the wellness initiatives. We'll continue to support that, and we hope that you guys do as well.
Thank you very much. Ms. Emerson. Ms. Emerson? Nope. Okay. Those are all the names for public comment. We'll adjourn public comment now, and we will reconvene at 6:05 with the start of the regular board meeting. Thank you.
I'd like to call the March 19th, 2019 regular meeting of the Board of Education to order. We will begin with roll call, please.
Ms. Foster? Yes. Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Ms. Zhang?
Here.
Ms. Vanderwert?
Here.
Mr. Schumacher?
Here.
Mr. Marchese?
Here.
And Ms. Ellis?
Here. Next, I would move to approve the order of the main agenda.
So moved. Second.
Vote, please.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Ms. Zhang?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert?
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher?
Yes.
Mr. Marchese?
Yes.
And Ms. Ellis?
Yes. Thank you, and we'll move on to recognitions, and I will turn it over to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you, Chair Ellis. Members of the board, tonight I'd like to call up Cedric Baker, our Chief of Staff, to recognize Principals Mike McCollar and Lisa Kerrigan for their outstanding leadership and commitment to our students as principals in our school district.
Thank you. Chair Ellis and members of the board, I have the distinct pleasure and honor of recognizing two outstanding principals, and I would like to start with Dr. Mike McCollar. Has he come forward? Dr. Mike McCollar, principal of Washington Technology Magnet, was named 2019 Minnesota High School Principal of the Year by Minnesota Association of Secondary School Principals. According to the organization, Dr. Mike McCollar has been an administrator for 25 years and the principal at Washington Technology Schools for the past 16 years. During the time, Mike has served in the organization on the board of directors, as secretary for the St. Paul Association of Secondary Principals, named Capital Division Assistant Principal of the Year, and served as adjunct faculty for the University of Minnesota College of Education and Human Development. And with that, I would like to have Dr. McCollar say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. I'm deeply honored to be recognized tonight, and certainly, as you know, running a large school like Washington, where the largest secondary school in Minneapolis or St. Paul is not one person but an entire team, and would like to certainly share this honor not only with the rest of the folks in the district that have supported me for the last 34 years, but the 240 staff members and the 2,100 students that I have the privilege of working with every day. And certainly having the opportunity to work with kids, whether they've been second or third generation Washington students, as I was just at conferences meeting some children and grandchildren of students that I used to have, or brand new to the country and have only been in the St. Paul Public Schools for maybe a week or two. It's just a privilege every day to go to work, and so thank you for this recognition. But I certainly want to thank all of the staff members and all of the students that I've had the opportunity to work for. Thank you.
Thank you. And at the end, I'll ask you all to come down and shake their hands. One other principal. We also have Lisa Kerrigan. And would she come forward, please? A principal of Focus Beyond Transition Services in Bridgeview School was awarded Direct Service Provider of the Year by the Minnesota Association for Career and Technical Education Special Needs Personnel at their recent biannual conference. Lisa pulled all of the transition programs, including Focus Beyond STEPS, together under one roof at 340 Colburn as a lead teacher at the beginning of the 2011-2012 school year, and was appointed principal of both Bridgeview and Focus Beyond STEPS for beginning in the 2013-2014 school year. She is in her 6th year as principal. This award category is intended to recognize administrative or non-classroom individuals who have made a major development and growth of career and technical education for students with special needs. Nominees must represent one of the following categories: private employer,
advisory committee member, individual who has been unusually supportive of career and technical education programs for students with special needs, local school administrators, state, national, county government, and agency personnel. And with that, I would like to also recognize and applaud Ms. Kerrigan.
Thank you. Chair Ellis, board members, Dr. Gothard. Thank you for recognizing me for this honor. Like Dr. McCullough said, it's a gift for me to come to work here every day. I love being in St. Paul and being able to work with students and families and staff on behalf of young adults with disabilities is a great honor. And to be recognized with the career and tech ed part is really spectacular because we're doing a lot of great things that we're seeing our students do in the community. So again, thank you for this honor and I appreciate it.
All right, Chair Ellis and members of the board, tonight we are surrounded by athletic teams, individuals, and coaches. We are here to celebrate and recognize the accomplishments of our SPPS winter athletic teams and student athletes. We welcome and thank the coaches, parents, and family members that are here tonight. We know that supportive adults are essential to strong athletic programs. I'd like to turn it over to Darren Ginther, Assistant Director in the Office of College and Career Readiness and temporarily overseeing athletics, to start tonight's winter season recognitions. Mr. Ginther.
Thank you. Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, just really happy to be here as far as being able to recognize our student athletes, coaches, athletic directors, community. Tons of pride in this room tonight in our community in terms of athletics. It's just been a very exciting winter season, and I'll turn it over to our lead athletic director of the district, Dave Mergens, also the Humboldt athletic director.
Thank you, Darren. Chair Ellis, members of the board, and Superintendent Gothard. My name is Dave Mergens, and I'm the Humboldt Athletic Director and the conference lead AD. It is my pleasure to introduce to you our winter 2018-19 St. Paul City Conference champions for both the middle school and the high school teams. We'll also be recognizing the individual teams and individual qualifiers for the state tournament. I want to thank all the parents and the relatives that support their kids and schools, and I want to thank the board and superintendent for taking this time during this meeting to recognize our wonderful and successful athletes. Now let's meet our teams. We'll start out with Murray Middle School. Would Principal Jalen McKenzie please come and introduce their AD?
Thank you, everyone. Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, it is with great pride that I introduce our staff that support these young ladies, our coaches, as well as the families that have shared their children with us in the Murray community. We're so very proud of you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over so you get all the stage time. I would like to introduce our athletic director, Ms. Janie Atchison.
would like to introduce our coaches that I had the privilege of working with for my first time being athletic director. Lorenz Francisco and Michael Lee led this team.
Get up here. Murray went 13-0 this year. Fantastic group of girls. We were really lucky to be blessed with just the girls who were hardworking, and they came every single day. And even days when they were supposed to be there, they still showed up anyways. So, and the parents, thank you so much for the support all season. So, all right, so here are our players. First up, Naomi Kemke.
Greta, step on in.
Yes. Ellery Tennyson.
Julia Pletch.
Alice Wagner.
Elena Vanette.
Claire Freeberg.
Now I'd like to introduce our Highland Park Middle School principal, Charlene Hoff.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, super proud of this group of gentlemen. Coach McCann, this is his third year and his second year being city champion. So congrats to Coach McCann.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, I want to first acknowledge the athletic directors and coaches from across the district for giving student athletes the opportunity to participate and grow in areas beyond the classroom walls. This season for boys middle school hoops, SPPS put out some competitive teams and had some outstanding players that represented throughout the season and also highlighted at the middle school all-star game. Now, I want to recognize the 2019 St. Paul City Conference Middle School Boys Basketball Champions. Last year ended a 27-year championship drought for Highland Park Middle School Boys Basketball Program, and we rode a 20-game win streak dating back to last season before losing in the middle of the season by 1 point. This year marked history for the Highland Park Boys Basketball Program as we snatched our first ever back-to-back city championship run. Here is the 2019 St. Paul City Champions. Antoine Brown. Daniel Blummer-Lamotte. Luis Aguirre Bueno. Musa Bagarha. Melvin Mensah. And a few of our 8th graders, again, kind of carrying the load for the back-to-back championship run. We have Jaden Cunningham. Tavion Big Money Davis. And Kiddis Asifa. Your 2019 St. Paul City Champs.
Now I'd like to introduce and congratulate Principal Mike McCollar for the Washington Tech.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, the year is 2019, and this is the 19th year in a row that this Washington Middle School wrestling team has been conference champs. 19 in a row. And here to introduce the coach and team is our athletic director and proud St. Paul Public Schools graduate, Ms. Jean Kranz.
Thank you, Dr. McCollar. Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, it's my extreme pleasure to introduce the young men you see before you, many of whom didn't get their start here. This is probably their second sport after football, but it's their first sport here in the United States, wrestling, so it can be done, and they excel. It's my privilege to introduce Aaron Crawford, who is the assistant middle school wrestling coach, who will introduce these champions.
Hello, I'd like to start off by thanking you for understanding the importance of middle school sports in our district and the opportunities it gives our kids in learning language, learning being part of a group and working together. And I just want to continue to thank you for your support of our schools as we provide sports for these children who may not find it elsewhere. It's been a great year. We get a good group of kids every year, and they improve, and it's just always fun to see. And wrestling's a tough sport, and they're tough kids who just love to compete. I'm going to call them one by one. And glasses. As we get older, things we need. First one, Prasanth Gurung. Prasanth Gurung. Hey, Blue Sir. Kato So. Wang Zong Ying. Abdi. Kritha. Benjamin Zhang. Kathir. Cody Her. Mong Ying. We'll slow down for this one. Katu. Peng Shu Zhang. Mong Shui Do. Muchi Li. Ewa. Kari. Pale. David Tao. Ludervang. Chartu. William Chang. Esteban Escondon. Isaiah Cersei. Jose Espinoza Aragon. Yi Vang. Chit Plen. Paul Lee. Sangam Gurung. Tristan Traeger. Kenny Lee. Min Tui. Wei Ti So. John Yang. Eric Yang. Isaac Yang. Daniel Mendoza. Patrick Yang. Jackson Tu. Tavian Gonzalez. Lursay. Michael Ingolstad. Azambat Flores Villarreal. Chuchi Zhang. and Lucky Mua. Thank you again, everyone. It's been a wonderful year. It's been a wonderful bunch of years doing this, and hopefully see you next year.
Again, Chair Ellis, members of the board, and Superintendent Gothard, it is again my pleasure to introduce yet another St. Paul Public School graduate, Rich Taylor, who is our varsity wrestling coach, and they are co-champs this year. Coach Taylor, please come introduce our champion.
First wrestler up, Claire Cousseau. Bamu 2. Hafizullah Musumi. Eklu Mu. Eklu Se. Cha Yang. Sharab Zakil. Francisco Perez. Vang Her. Yaya Hussein. Neso Ma. Eku Mwiku. Mako Na. Lur Se. Jeremiah Sarsi. Alejandro Vancuna Diaz. Bailey Yang. Dohan. Brong Lee. Muatao. Samuwa. Shaylin Woods. Isabel Dahlmatter. And Chang Zhang. Thank you.
Okay, I would say that we might have to load up on medals after all those Washington Tech wrestlers. That was a huge team, and what a great program. Now I'd like to introduce our humble principal, Mike Sadomka.
Thanks, Dave. I'm Mike Sadomka. I'm the principal at Humboldt High School. Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. As the pride of the West Side, I am pleased to introduce Mr. Brad Novacek, our wrestling coach, who's going to be here to introduce our state wrestler, Ryan.
Dr. Gothard and respected members of the board, it is my privilege to present to you, at 220 pounds, Ryan Prish. Ryan is a junior this year and is our only two-time state qualifier in recent years. Ryan is our team captain. He was 4AA all academic team, received the 4AA Excel Award for his leadership in his community, his school, and his athletic ability. Humboldt Wrestling is blessed to have an amazing student athlete like Ryan. Thank you.
Now I'd like to introduce our Johnson principal, Michael Thompson.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, the pride of the East Side is here. I'd like to introduce Don Bross, our athletic director.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard, members of the board. I'd like to introduce Mason Fong, our wrestling coach, and a couple of our state entrants.
Hello, Chair Ellis,
Members of the board and Superintendent Gothard, thank you for having us. It is an honor to be here to present some of our quality wrestlers at St. Paul Johnson. We had 2 state entrants this year. We had Tyler Gustafson. He is a 2-time state entrant from Johnson. He started wrestling as a sophomore and then has been able to qualify for the state tournament 2 times out of those 3 years. He is graduating this year, and he is enlisted in the Marine Corps and will be leaving in June, so we're excited to have him in our U.S. Marine Corps. And then next, we have Yiling Yang. He is a junior that qualified for the state tournament for the first time. He also qualified to be, or he placed 6th place at the state tournament, which is a huge accomplishment not only for any wrestler, but for St. Paul. In the last 13 years at St. Paul Johnson, we have only placed 4 wrestlers, so that is a huge accomplishment. And then also I'd just like to mention that he was also one of the few Asian wrestlers that was also down at the state tournament, so representing in all different ways. And then lastly, we have both parents here. So we have Mei Li and Yia Tao and Sheila and Wes Gustafson that are here, and they've been with us all season long. They've traveled far away.
Thank you, Coach Fong, and parents for your support throughout the year. Now I'd like to introduce Lee Solomon with our swimming and diving athlete.
All right, I'm going to bring up my dive coach, John Tufty. He brought this guy to the state tournament, so I'm going to let him talk a little bit.
4 years ago, Martin Coker decided he wanted to be a diver, and so he had that goal set to become a diver, and he did that as a freshman. That year, he won the conference championship. The next year, he won the conference championship and placed relatively high in the section championship, and then he decided he wanted to become a section champion, so the next year he became a section champion. The year after that, he decided he wanted to go to state, and he made it last year to state. This year, he decided he wanted to place in the top 8, which would have made him a medalist, and this year he placed 6th and became a medalist at state. He also had the goal in mind of going to a school with a competitive swim team, so he got into the University of Eau Claire, which is the best swim school in his conference. So I feel like, or we feel like we are preparing him and have him ready to go to the University of Eau Claire. We'd also like to give a shout out to a dedicated parent, Miss Susan Coker, who is also in the audience. So let's give it up for Martin Coker. Good job.
Now I'd like to take this time to introduce Central's principal, Miss Mary McBee.
Good evening, Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. It's a pleasure to be here since I'm nearing my end of my reign as principal to introduce these great athletes and scholars from Central High School who certainly make us proud as well as you as members of the school board. We also want to thank their parents who we know support them heavily with rides and spaghetti dinners and whatever. So thank everybody for helping to support our young athletes. And now I'd like to introduce my athletic director, Tracy Funk.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, thank you for having us here today. We really appreciate your support. And also like to thank the parents and the administration from Central, particularly Mrs. McBee, for all of your support over the years. There's not many like you, so thank you. I would like to introduce Rob Lageson to introduce our girls Nordic State Tournament team.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to introduce these great student athletes. We had a pretty good year. We could have used a little more snow a little earlier. When we got all of our snow in February, most of my athletes were done racing, and it was just the varsity that were racing in February, so they got to enjoy the snow a little more, but it's been nice since then. So some really good highlights in the season. Couple things I want to highlight. These are really good student athletes. We had 3 academic all-state, which it's not easy to be academic all-state in Nordic. You have to be a senior on the section team, and you have to have an unweighted grade point average of 3.9 or above. So the girls' varsity grade point average for the gold award this year was 3.91. So pretty amazing. So they really are very good student athletes, and it's a joy and a pleasure to be able to coach them. So Loretta Wachek is a junior. Dana Freed, she was a captain and all-state academic. Kaya Hilgendorf-Roost is a junior. Mary Ostergren, captain and all-state academic. Nora Barnard, she's a sophomore. Rachel Poppleton, she's an 8th grader at Capitol Hill, coming to Central next year. Ava Fisher-Ross. Claire Weissman, a senior, captain, and all-state academic. And we had one individual qualifier on the boys' side. It is not easy to qualify for state as an individual. They only take 6 out of each section, and the competition is very fierce. This year, Aiden Finnegan is a junior and qualified for state. And I'm happy to introduce one of my assistant coaches, really a benefit to all of our athletes, Heather Nortonbauer. Thank you very much.
Next up for Central is David Albernas, and David is going to introduce the All-State Boys Swim and Dive team.
It's great to be back. You all look familiar. I was here with the soccer team. We got third in the state last year. And thank you to Trace and Miss B. I got the honor and the pleasure of coaching at Central. That's my home. I love being there, and it makes me really happy to be back here. Now I'm going to introduce my athletes. First, Coach Sandy Whitaker. Without him, we will not be here. A fantastic coach, volunteer, second year, great role model for everyone else. Then my senior and captain, Kate Hagen. It's not easy to go to Stillwater and beat them in the 50 free. That was a fantastic performance. All-state participant, a top 16 50 free in the state. Jonathan Cordano, sophomore and captain, qualifier to the state in the medley relay flyer. Jacob Laurie, senior, qualifier to state in the medley relay. And now I have the distinguished pleasure to introduce you the first ever All-American swimmer for the St. Paul City Conference. It's not easy to go compete at a state with kids from Stillwater, Edina, and whatnot, and be consideration for All-American in the 50, in the 100 fly, automatic All-American in the 100 back, a fantastic leader, captain, friend. I'm really proud to call him our captain. Congratulations, Aiden.
Next up for Central is St. Paul City Conference champions for boys basketball and his basketball team, Scott Howell.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, I want to first start by saying I want to thank Tracy Funk, our athletic director, but most importantly, I want to thank Mary McBee, who took a chance on me 19 years ago. And unfortunately, we've been able to do this quite a few times. So let's give her another nice round of applause. Our championship boys team this year finished 22-7. We won the Twin City championship game after trailing by 22 late in the second half, and so they'd be proud of them for that. We were also 12-0 in the conference. Applaud them for that. And then beat White Bear in the first round of the sections in double overtime. You should see the memorable picture of Miss McBee that Dr. Gothard sent out. You got to love that. We eventually lost to the number 3 team in the state, East Ridge. But overall, it was a great season for all these guys. And so I'll start by introducing Curtis Favors Jr., Jalen Thomas, Gavin Gothard, Luke McElroy, and Adam Paquel. Thank you.
Now I'd like to introduce our Como Park principal, Stacy Thielen Collins.
Good evening, Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. Just a quick thank you for recognizing our student athletes. Whatever uniform our athletes don, they're representing not only their school but the city in an amazing way, so thank you for that. It is my job to introduce to you somebody that's no stranger up here. He came to us from Harding High School partway through this school year. After building a championship tennis team there, he's presented at this event many times. And we are very, very fortunate to have him as part of the Como Park family now. And he's already making a big impact on our athletic program, Mr. Kui Yang.
Chair Ellis, members of the school board, Superintendent Gothard, it's a pleasure to be here. Before I start, I do feel a lot of love from Como. I was a former student over there, graduated in '94, and I'm happy to give back as an athletic director, so it's an honor to be here. I'd like to introduce our head coach, Alexis Gray Lawson, and our St. Paul City Conference girls basketball team.
Thank you guys for having us. We really, really appreciate it. I just want to say thank you to our parents. Those are the guys that are obviously bringing my kids to practice and picking them up, so that's super helpful for me. This is my team. This year we obviously had a lot of good success. We ended the season 23-3, and unfortunately lost in sections to the state champions, so hopefully we can give them a run for their money next year. Obviously, the most important piece out of all this is we were number 7 in our class for academics for a 3.98. So it's pretty phenomenal. It's never, ever happened at Como Park, so that's my most proudest moment. So I will introduce these fantastic people. First is my assistant coach, Alonda England. Next is Andre Tellis. Freshman guard Ronnie Porter, who was the player of the year. Sophomore Demaya Riley. Sophomore Jalen Smith. Junior Deshauna Baker. Freshman Tania Childs. 8th grader from Murray, Shania Nichols. My bad. Freshman Caitlin Asbury. Freshman Coley Dimitri. Freshman Shakila Walker. Junior Linda Mitchell. Freshman Jada James. And then lastly, Abang Achan. Thank you guys so much.
Chair Ellis, members of the school board, Superintendent Gothard, it is my pleasure to introduce one of my former players and now a head coach, a very successful young man. I'm very proud of him. He's built a strong team for Como Park and something that we can be all proud of. Teal Vanderway.
Thank you. Like to quickly say sports nowadays can be difficult. These kids have so much to do. There's so many opportunities for them, both productive things and otherwise. They can spend time on the internet playing games, and it's important to really take a day, and I appreciate you guys doing this for a lot of kids in St. Paul that are doing the right thing, especially when it's really hard, and it's a sport like wrestling where it's the longest season, it's the coldest season, it's the darkest season. You're asked to be there when the sun's not up at school and you don't leave practice until the sun's down. And then on Saturday, you're asked to show up even earlier than that on a day you don't have to get out of bed. And it's really difficult, and I'm really, really proud of not only these guys, but all the kids going through today that are doing the right thing, because there's a lot of opportunities to not, and they are. So they're owed a lot. I'd also quickly like to say I was in this room about 20 years ago when they were discussing the possibility of cutting funding for St. Paul athletics, and they did not. The impact it has is so much greater than you can ever even fathom. I'm somebody who would be very different without athletics in public schools, and I know, and I'm watching some of these kids come through whose lives would just be so different if they didn't have public school athletics that they could go participate in every day after school. It really molds them and sets up our city for success. So continue to fund sports, continue to fund athletics. It's vital. I won't take any more time. Here we go. We're going from lightest to heaviest here because that's the easiest way for me to remember in my mind. But Jorge Nieto, Blay Paw, Tiso, Tucson Lee, Diego Mata, Senior Captain Alante Johnson, Senior Captain Mukushi, State Participant Stone Frazel, Laquan Burks, Caleb Sears, Simon Heck, Senior Captain Chu Chang, Sullivan Lucy, Izzy Brown, Cha O, Tenny D, Isaiah Harris, Elijah Ayala, Ty Lee, Zachariah Ibrahim, Lucky Mua,
and Justice Deloach. Thank you.
Now I'd like to introduce the Highland Park principal, Winston Tucker.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, it's my extreme pleasure to introduce our athletic director, Mr. Patrick Oren, who will introduce our coaches, who will then introduce our athletes.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, thank you for having us here tonight. First, I would like to introduce our Nordic boys and girls Nordic ski team coach, Brad Manning.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, thanks for recognizing the athletes tonight. I'm going to start with our boys Nordic ski team. The boys were conference champions, section champions. They had 7 state individual qualifiers. They took 8th place at the state championship, and to top it off, they were a state academic gold. I'll start with senior Jack Johnson, senior Emmett Donahue, all conference individual state qualifier junior Connor Greg Escalante, all conference individual state qualifier all state academic senior Ian Boylan, all conference individual state qualifier 8th grader Davis Dolly Isom. Next up, all conference individual state qualifier junior Cole Johnson. All conference individual state qualifier junior Kelvin Boone. All conference individual state qualifier sophomore Otto Schmidt. And all conference individual state qualifier all state academic senior Nat Alden. All right, next up I got our girls ski team. Girls had an undefeated regular season. They were conference champions. They were section champions. They had 7 state individual qualifiers, and they took 2nd place at the state championship. And to top it off, they were state academic gold with a GPA, and I'm not making this up, 3.998. I start with 8th grader Delia Johnson, freshman Celia Earl Torniainen, all conference sophomore Claire DeMolly, all conference individual state qualifier freshman Eddie Fable, all conference individual state qualifier freshman Raina Axelson, all conference individual state qualifier sophomore Maeve Manning, all conference individual state qualifier junior Carolyn Hammer Harding, all conference individual state qualifier sophomore Anna Schmidt, all conference individual state qualifier all state skier sophomore Celeste Alden, all conference section champion all state skier freshman Molly Manning.
For your information also, Coach Manning did all this without snow on the ground. All the snow came after the season ended. So nice job. Next up, we have our swim team, Coach Aaron Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Oren. Chair Ellis, members of the board, and Superintendent Gothard, thank you for welcoming us here today. We were conference champions, and we progressed to sections and section finals and state finals. So we have Aiden Lands, who is all conference diving and a section finalist. He is not present. Noah Rice, who is all conference, section finalist, and state finalist, not present. Andrew Naker, all conference, section finals, and state finals, and an all-state academic swimmer, who is also not present. We'll move on to those who are present. All right, we have Elliot Aust, all conference, honorable mention, sections, all-state academic. Parker Johnson, all conference, section finalist, state finalist, and all-state academic. Cesar Gallagher, all conference, section finalist, and a state finalist. Jacob Wahlberg, all conference, section finalist, and state finalist, and all conference honorable mention. Thomas Minner, all conference, and sections. Rocco Kylo, all conference and sections. Sorry. Charlie Abbott, all conference and sections. Owen Buchanan, all conference and sections. Tanner Zeese, a diver who is all conference and a section finalist. And Owen Gifford, all conference and sections. Thank you.
Next up, we have Coach Kathy Balzart. She is our gymnastics coach.
Thank you. Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, thank you for this recognition. Parents and families, we appreciate your support. Our Highland Scots had a successful season, not only being the conference champions, we were also second in our section with our season high of a 136. With 3 gymnasts advancing to the state meet. I am very proud of our team and all they have accomplished, and most of all, they had fun. We all did. Now to introduce the conference champions. Assistant coach, Marissa Samuelson. An alumni of the Highland Scots gymnastics team. Lucy Lipscomb, junior, letter winner, first place all-around winner in conference sections, competitor, state meet competitor, placing 5th on beam, all-conference gymnast 2019. Annika Wetzel, sophomore, letter winner, conference competitor on bars and floor, section competitor. Leah Wallace, senior, letter winner, second all-around in conference, section competitor, state meet competitor on bars, all-conference gymnast 2019. Kara Savage, sophomore, letter winner, section competitor. Alani Bayonne, sophomore, a wonderful team manager, all-conference honorable mention. Anna Rayfeld, sophomore, letter winner, conference competitor on our beam. India David, sophomore, letter winner, conference competitor all-around, section competitor, honorable mention 2018. Thank you.
That was a lot of wonderful athletes, and that now concludes our awards presentation for tonight. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Board.
We're going to take 10. That means 7-10, and I'll start calling out names if you're not back. It is now 7:10. Director Foster. Director Schumacher. Director Marchese, Vice Chair Marchese. All right. So we'll move on to the order of the consent agenda. I would move to separate or move to approve the order of the consent agenda with these items pulled for separate consideration, E3 and E5, and also remove item E8 from the agenda entirely. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vote, please.
Ms. Foster? Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Ms. Zhang?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert? Yes. Mr. Schumacher?
Yes.
Mr. Marchese?
Yes.
And Ms. Ellis?
Yes. Now I'd like to move the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of the Board of Education of February 19th, 2019. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vote, please.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Ms. Zhang?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert? Yes. Mr. Schumacher?
Yes.
Mr. Marchese?
Yes.
And Ms. Ellis?
Yes. And we'll move on to the report from the Committee of the Board meeting from March 5th, 2019. Vice Chair Marchese.
Thank you very much, Chair Ellis. At the March 5, 2019 Committee of the Board meeting, Superintendent Gothard noted the future work from recommendations brought forth from SEEB's presentation on centering ethnic studies in SPPS. He and board members also recapped their time and thanks to staff and students who organized and attended the Johnson-Govey Leadership Forum. SEEB members presented an update on the continuing work around the topic of ethnic studies and the petition to support this direction, as well as questions to administration on the next steps. Next, our legislative liaison provided the legislative update, which included important dates, an overall summary of the governor's budget, forecasts, education-related budget items, which include 3% and a 3% increase on the formula, and other agencies, new mandates proposed, and other policy and funding. Questions from the board centered on timeline for shaping the budget discussion, funding for the new proposed mandates, indexing to inflation dollars, the proposal to reconvene the finance task force, which would include the school funding formula, and safe schools funding. Next, members of the Budget and Finance Advisory Committee presented their results and recommendations to the board. The history of the committee was reviewed, as well as the two charges to the committee to review the ideal school model and line item budget and expenditure review. Next steps were including comparisons to our current models, input from students on school climate and safety, the alignment to the middle school model, future steps to look at the different models of allocation of resources depending on the school population, the K-8 model, clarity on additional staff, and the real-world applications to the Montessori model. For the recommendations from the line item and expenditure review subcommittee, discussion involved the next steps of looking at specific departments, the importance of education to the community on this complex topic and the process of the budget, membership of the committee, and ensuring there is access, and the responses of the board and administration. The board thanked the committee for their dedication, time, and work in bringing this report forward. Next, our Chief Financial Officer presented the December quarterly budget report. The unassigned fund balance is estimated to be at 6.1%, which falls in line with the board policy requiring 5%. Questions from the board centered on the changes within the unassigned fund balance, which were due to revenue and expenditures across the district, the roles and responsibilities to monitor the budget and to be good stewards of public dollars, programs that are self-funded and their relation to the general fund, and ECFE integration and funding. The board approved the recommended motion to accept the December 2018 quarterly budget report as presented for the period ending December 31, 2018. Next, the Chief Financial Officer provided an update on the FY20 budget, including a review of the FY19 budget, FY20 preliminary numbers based on a 1% increase to the general ed formula, projected revenue changes, budget planning changes, and budget planning information and timeline. Discussion from the board involved the expectations for staff and the community members from the scheduled budget hearings, the opportunity to continue to educate the community on the alignment of the budget and SPPS achieves, and noted the assumptions included in the overall budget, which could be increases with the governor's proposed 3% increase, which would allow the district to continue to move forward with momentum and have a significant impact to SPPS. A policy update was presented to the board as well. The first policy brought forth included the legislative change to the Uniform Municipal Contracting Law. Further information was provided on the data of contracts for the district within a year and in the practice in other entities. The board approved moving the dollar threshold for board approval to $175,000. The next policy brought forth was 415 on discrimination, harassment, violence, and retaliation. Discussion on this policy involved the procedure for reporting and the role of the EEO officer, who is an outlet for reporting. There will be further discussion on this policy. I move the board accept the report on the March 5, 2019 Committee of the Board meeting and approve the minutes and recommended motions of that meeting as published.
Second. Vote, please.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Ms. Zhang?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert?
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher?
Yes.
Mr. Marchese?
Yes.
And Ms. Ellis?
Yes. Okay. We'll move on to the superintendent's report, and I'll turn it over to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you, Chair Ellis, members of the board. Just a bit ago, you moved the consent agenda with a couple of separations. I'd like to present one of those items to you at this time for your consideration when you vote on the consent agenda. If I could have Dr. Battle please come forward, and I'm going to have her present item E3 for your consideration when we vote on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Chair Ellis, members of the board, and Superintendent Gothard. Before you tonight is a recommendation to name the Central Senior High School Auditorium in honor of Mary McBee for her distinguished 52 years as an educator and 26 years at Central High School. Superintendent Gothard.
Ms. McBee, if I could just say, first of all, obviously congratulations and thank you for a more than distinguished career as an educator, as a role model. And also share with you that the compelling letters and notes of support from the community, I think, were just perfectly aimed at how much you've meant to Central. And it is so fitting that your name will forever be on the auditorium. So I congratulate you, and I will turn it over to any of my board colleagues if they have comments.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that this got pulled from the consent agenda because of all the lives you've touched. And my family is one of those lives. I had 3 kids. They all went through the St. Paul Public Schools and Central. And I only had to have one conference with you, so I'm kind of proud of that. But so grateful for all you've done for my family. They're strong adults, I think, partially because of your leadership and your influence on them. So thank you very much.
I'm not through Central yet. I still have one there. But really, thank you so much for your service, and it's really meant a lot. So many people in the city helping make Central kind of be a light to the community and help keep it in that place. Your energy, your dedication, your commitment, who you are and what you bring. This place will never be the same, but we want to wish you all the best in the next chapters of your life. You've given so much to us, and we are so grateful.
I can't say that my children went through your school, but I have a niece and a nephew who did. And having been in the city as long as I have, I also know the quality of your leadership in terms of our town. And you don't have to go too far to think of leaders who have come out of Central and really make a difference in terms of St. Paul. But also those that are maybe less heralded, that you've taught and that you've showed and modeled leadership, who have become everyday citizens in our town and others, and understand what it means, the importance of education and community. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Mary. Our careers have paralleled one another. And I think, you know, I'm not known for brevity, but I'm going to try to be brief here because I think I'm going to give you the ultimate compliment that a principal in a school district can get. And that is, I'm going to tell you that I have talked to countless of my colleagues who have worked with and for you at Harding and at Central, and when you started back at Mounds Park junior high, in those days, wasn't it? Yep. And the acid test is, teachers are not always members of the principal's fan club. But you know what? You have got a huge, huge fan club all over the city of St. Paul. And your contributions to the education of kids in the buildings that you worked at goes without saying, but you also, and I have to add this, you have been such a supporter and friend of extracurricular activities of all kinds, and of course, particularly athletics. And you are near and dear in the hearts of many of the men and women who I have worked with over the years in St. Paul, who think that the name Mary McBee is magic. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I was not a student at Central, so I was at a competing high school in St. Paul. But I know about and heard stories of the lives that you touch, whether they were students or staff. And so thank you so much for your service and your leadership to St. Paul Public Schools in the city of St. Paul. We will miss you, but please come back. And so we'll still be in touch, okay? Thank you so much, and well-deserving. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you doesn't seem enough. I grew up in the Frogtown area. I'm a proud Highlander. However, both my brothers got kicked out and came to Central. And growing up in that neighborhood, you know, you hear a lot, particularly as a woman of color, and you think about what that neighborhood, how it has transcended and evolved over time. The differences that you dealt with poverty and race relations, being a leader of color in our district, being a representative and a mentor and an idol for so many people that look like you coming from community. There are times where we wondered when you were going to get out of that mess, but you stayed. You stayed, and you held high expectations and standards, not only of your staff, but of the students and the families that came across your door each day, and you make everybody feel welcome. And that is the highest honor that you can do for the children and families you touch in this community. And other than saying thank you and wishing you well in your next journey, I feel like there's not much we can say for someone who's giving your time and level of service, not just to the school, but to our community over in the Frogtown area. So bless you, your journey. May you have fun, and we know we'll see you around. So thank you so much for your service.
Shall I say something? Well, Board Chair Zealous, members of the board, Dr. Gothard, first of all, I want to thank the St. Paul Public Schools for taking a chance on me over 50 years ago when they plucked me out of Xavier University in New Orleans and recruited me to come and teach here at Mounds Park Junior High. I was one of the original core teachers, and that's a program you might want to bring back for the middle schools. It was a great concept. And I've had a great career. I mean, I've enjoyed all the schools I've worked at, Como Park Junior High School, Harding High School, Career Study Center, and at the district office. I have been served a couple years here, and then my end of my career I've been at Central. It's been a great journey, and I want to thank all of you for being a part of that and helping me along the way. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Principal McBee, we just have to remind you, school doesn't end until June. We've got work to do. School doesn't end until June.
That's why she's heading for home to get some rest.
Oh, thank you. Board members, thank you for allowing us to discuss that before we vote on it. I think it was very appropriate, and I'm glad that Ms. McBee got to be here with us. And we're going to turn over to some agenda items and report items that I have for you this week. First, just an ethnic studies update. I heard it as part of the committee of the board request, but again, I just want to reiterate to our community that we heard from SEEB and others about the importance of ethnic studies. I want to let the board and our community know that we heard you, and we're working with a number of groups and individuals to follow up. We'll provide a more detailed update at the April board meeting, giving some timelines and outcomes and when we might expect some differences, some changes to what we're currently doing. The fact is that we do offer a wide range of different types of ethnic studies, but we need to work together and define how we want to move forward and make sure that it's consistent and equitable across the district. I think that's was heard loud and clear, but I'm thrilled that we get to partner with our community and with our staff to do this. So I'm now going to turn over to an update on the strategic plan SPPS achieves. I'd like to provide you in progress report. As mentioned before, we're committed to making an impact on student learning, and I believe this plan is really going to be our roadmap to assist us in making this a reality. First of all, I'm energized by the way our plan is coming together and bringing our staff and community together around common priorities. That's one thing that I felt coming in during my first year, that we had, everything was a priority, and for many reasons. But to have some core priorities that we're going to focus on is bringing us together. We're hard at work installing the systems and supports needed for successful implementation of our Phase 1 initiatives. You may recall we have 20 initiatives that were identified as part of the plan. We've identified or prioritized 10 of them as Phase 1 initiatives. And they are, some highlights from them: deepening the practice of positive behavior interventions and supports, and integrating social emotional learning support; improving culture with input from students, staff, and families; implementing culturally relevant practices and providing all students with a well-rounded education; assessing program effectiveness; establishing a middle school model; creating career-related curriculum, personal learning plans, and career pathways; and setting guidelines for community engagement and partnerships. The slide that you're looking at right now talks a little bit about our implementation, stages of implementation. Schools are using this implementation model for their continuous improvement plans. In the exploration phase last year, we invested important time in determining needs, examining options, and defining the initiatives that will lead to the SPPS Achieves long-term student outcomes. We have now moved to the installation phase of implementing our strategic plan. This is about setting up the processes, resources, leadership, and training that drive successful change. Moving an entire system through second-order change is not easy, and I've noted this many times. Second-order change means doing things differently in order to get different results. This kind of change is intentionally disruptive, so we expected challenges and are addressing them as we meet them. We are prioritizing the work of the initiatives, reallocating staff time and resources, and aligning systems in new ways. This has led to adjusting some timelines to be respectful of the current school year commitments and overall feasibility. And I want to stop there for a minute and reiterate this, that school district work doesn't just start and stop. It has a cycle, it has a routine to it, And when we think about all things, the school year in general, the budget process, the state legislature, our hiring and staffing, we need to make sure that we go through that cycle and add what we can to streamline and prioritize as much as we can. But we also know that there will be breaks ahead of us in terms of the school year, the budget, and things like that will deepen this work next year. So I don't want you to think that we aren't giving good time and attention to the new work that we're going to do, but we have a lot of work that's ongoing as well. So I just spoke to that in the initial implementation phase that we find ourselves in. The installation of SPPS Achieves includes allocating resources needed for successful implementation. Taxpayer support for the referendum has strengthened our ability to carry out the plan. We've also received grants from Generation Next, 3M, Bush Foundation, and the St. Paul Foundation, all in support of SPPS Achieves. Some examples of allocations that are proposed for the FY20 budget are training for school professionals in positive behavior interventions and supports. This recognizes the important role EAs and TAs play in building a positive school climate. Time for educators to review and revise curriculum to reflect the cultures and interests of all SPPS students. Additional teachers at the K-8 and 6-8 schools to support a 7-period day. High school work-based learning teachers who will develop internship employment and coordinate opportunities for students to experience career exploration. Training for departments and programs and community engagement strategies are all examples of some of the work that we are currently focused on. And I want to also point out that it isn't as though these are new positions that are added and they're going to be isolated. These are very much connectors in our system. Important connectors that we need to deepen the impact that we want to make and that we want all of our students to experience. Also, the installation of SPPS Achieves includes setting specifics for stakeholder engagement. This has been done and documented in a year one engagement plan, and there's a draft of that plan on, or will be soon, on spps.org/strategic plan. And to our audience out there, you can go and follow our regular updates on the website. I was on it the other day. I'm amazed at how much has been amassed in our short time since we've since the board approved it. Sessions are underway, beginning with principal meeting presentations, and opportunities for further engagement on 8 of the 10 initiatives will occur throughout the spring. The table on this slide provides an example of how action plan developing personal learning plans, an example of how action teams will develop personal learning plans and how they'll be connecting them with students. We are also establishing an SPPS Achieves Community Council within the context of reimagined district-wide Parent Advisory Council, or our DPAC, and we'll be seeking applicants to serve for next year. A formal name for this group will be determined as the council is developing in fall of 2019. Now, the reason for that is, it's both simple and complex. We hear from a lot and many stakeholders, individuals and groups in our community, and it is challenging beyond words to every time stop what we're doing to take in that feedback and consider how we will work to implement those recommendations, even vet those recommendations. We need to develop more of a system that allows our community to come together all in one. We need to find time regularly to do that, and I think that the regular ongoing cadence of those updates will do a great job at informing our community of our progress. I think many times people come to us because we haven't been great about sharing our progress, sharing what support we need from them, and that's an area that we can without a doubt improve on. So I'm excited about our approach to our community engagement. We told them during the development of the plan that it would be ongoing, and we are definitely committing to that. Here you see an example of our initiative milestones. Each initiative action team has set milestones to reach by August. Of the 38 milestones, over 60% are complete or underway. The full list of milestones and their status is reported on the strategic plan website that I just referenced. The status will be updated in June. The completed items are from 2 initiatives regarding PBIS and middle schools. One example is that the PBIS team worked with REA, our Research Evaluation and Assessment Department, to set up a district data dashboard with measures that help monitor progress. The work in progress includes collecting data from schools about their academic programs in support of identifying gaps in access to a well-rounded education. The initiative focused on culturally responsive practices has completed a first draft document on a common understanding of what we mean by cultural responsiveness and is collecting input toward a next draft. Another team shared categories of career clusters and pathways with principals and is using their feedback to inform the master plan of pathways that will be offered at specific schools. So you can also see completed items on there, and here's a list of those. Data dashboard created to support social emotional learning, positive behavior intervention and supports. District school support leadership team has been established. We have a vision for SPPS middle level education that's been determined. Middle school funding in the model has been defined. Grade 6 through 8 schools meet middle school model core staffing level recommendations. School schedule to support middle school model has been determined and funded. Now, an important question is, are we behind on any? Yes, we absolutely are. And it's related to things like staff work allocations, and we're making adjustments to make sure that we can meet those milestones, but also continue the important work that's underway. And what about those milestones after August? As you can imagine, there may be many. We're using a form of project management where deliverables are developed in stages. The specifics of each stage are informed by the outcomes and lessons learned during the previous stage. What about the other 10 Phase 2 initiatives? I mentioned we had 20 initially. We're working on 10 right now. We want to be sure that Phase 1 initiatives are solidly underway. Then we'll plan for the next phase, and that will likely begin this summer. We'll be able to at least possibly plan those out and share with you in a timeline when we will address those. The milestones for focus area, program evaluation, resource allocation provide more detail in the kind of way to install.
Check, check. Test 1, 2. Let's use this as
backup. Test, test.
There you go. All right. Hit your button. There's a little arrow on your screen. Just hit the arrow.
Okay, we're back. Sorry for the delay, folks. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to start right at the top. Again, the milestones for...
Hit the arrow.
Okay, great teamwork. We'll get there. Thanks, everyone. The milestones for one focus area, program evaluation and resource allocation, provide more detail on the kind of work underway to install all of the initiatives. Implementing 5A a system for assessing program effectiveness has meant reallocating the time of our research, evaluation, and assessment staff. To prioritize the work of initiative, some current practices have been suspended. For example, the team is not accepting new research proposals from outside organizations or new internal research requests. Program evaluation support for new grants must be built into the grant. These adjustments allow REA to concentrate on establishing evaluation protocols to use across the district in determining effectiveness. The office will train other departments on the protocols instead of directly filling individual requests. REA will then be able to engage in deeper evaluation of larger scale systems. The action teams is working on an environmental scan to identify the practices that are in the scope of this evaluation. They are also developing timelines for which practice is reviewed by them, reviewed by when. The next steps are determining the review process protocols for data collection, analysis, and reporting. The focus area program evaluation resource allocation includes Initiative 5B, determine a district-wide middle school model. It involves reviewing middle school practices and consider the resources our middle schools need for success. The action team has established the model for the SPPS middle schools. Based on research, it is described in a one-page overview, Great Things Happen in Middle School, which is linked for your reference on our strategic plan website. Our SPPS middle school model includes building relationships that are key to student success in middle school, teachers and staff who will serve as adult advocates that will guide each student's academic and personal development through learning communities. The middle school model includes challenging core and elective courses, a consistent support team of teachers and advisors, and college and career readiness programming. Teachers, counselors, social workers, and support staff work together to provide students with lessons that help them navigate peer conflict, friendships, bullying, stress, and anxiety. Every student is supported for who they are and who they hope to become by honoring and celebrating their culture, race, ethnicity, and gender. The budget request for next year addresses the resources needed for the middle school model. As I mentioned earlier, the budget includes additional teachers to staff a 7-period day at all grades K through 8 and 6 through 8 schools. This schedule will allow time for foundations advisory and job-embedded professional development at all middle-level programs. I also want to note that 6 through 12 schools already have this time built into their day. We have hired a program manager to facilitate the implementation of the middle school model. This person will be able to coordinate middle-level education across departments and programs to ensure that the unique needs of this age level are addressed. Each building will have a middle school learning lead to facilitate teacher collaboration and professional development around implementing the middle school model. We are also adding middle school counselors at K through 8 schools that have not previously had one. The action team reviewed the middle school model implementation timeline to focus on doing a few key actions well. They adjusted the schedule to prioritize Foundations advisory curriculum and 6th grade literacy this fall. Teams of middle school teachers will be working with district specialists to build units and lessons that will be shared across all schools. The cost of, just to give you a point of reference, the cost of a 7-period day staffing is about $2.4 million when you think about that change and the additional staff that's needed for us to accomplish this schedule. These activities are examples of the work underway on our SPPS Achieve strategic plan. We are fully engaged in carrying out the Phase 1 initiatives. We will continue to review and adjust as needed to ensure success in meeting the long-term student outcomes central to our plan. I am proud of the way our staff is digging into the work, and I look forward to sharing our progress in the next update in June. And with that, I will entertain any questions or comments from you, members of the board.
Knowing how that works, are we going to need to do some physical adjustments to any of our buildings to accommodate that?
The question was around the middle school model and the change that we're making there. Will we have to make any physical adjustments to buildings in order to accommodate? I think it's a question that I do get from time to time, and there are certainly some building modifications that we could make that may be better for a middle school, but honestly, in my experiences, I think it's far more important to be staffed correctly, to make sure our students are scheduled correctly, and to make sure that we're utilizing the spaces that we do have. So to answer your question, where we do have the ability through our FMP plan to better tie those two things together and make adjustments, we will. But I don't see an overall building physical structure being tied to our middle school model.
Thank you. Is anybody on the piano out there for me? We could sing it. The internal communications are keeping our stakeholders appraised of how we're doing it, and obviously we have these chances publicly, but also chances in between these to continue to make sure that folks know where we're at with the process. And I think particularly we just came from a meeting with SEEB, some of us, and they've played an important role in many of the things that we're doing. And I think we as a board need to continue to keep in mind the loop to get back and keep folks appraised of the development and how their input is being used. So I know you're already on that, but I would just bring that up too as an additional reminder for all of us to keep that in mind.
Sure. Just thank you, Superintendent. This is helpful always to get a kind of status update on where the plan is going. A couple of questions that I have. One is, I know there will be funding that will be needed to support the work that's going on in the strategic plan. And certainly I assume it's going to be embedded within whatever budget presentation that you're going to provide to us. I think it would be helpful, though, for our purposes and then also for the community's purposes to see some overlay that kind of highlights, what is it that we're doing specifically in terms of the resources to support the plan, recognizing that it doesn't necessarily mean that's net new cost. It is often, as you've said, it sounds repurposing people and repurposing projects and stopping certain things. So I think it would be helpful to summarize that in a budget presentation in the future so we can see what's moving around in our budget to support SPPS achieves. So that's a first kind of request. And then the second is, I still think it's important for us to get a clear understanding of the data baseline that we're using so that when we're watching the plan proceed and you're reporting back, that we can see what's changing over the course of time and how do we measure that. And I know that was embedded in your presentation in December when you brought the full plan forward, but I do think it's important that we have intervals over the coming months to take a look at the pieces of the plan that are being implemented and to sort of at least get a baseline for how things look now so that when you come back to us on a schedule over time, we can refer back to that, because I think the community needs to see what's the baseline data that we're working with, and then where do we see some change, and what do we hope this change would be.
Right, and as part of, thank you, Vice Chair Marchese, we'll certainly track milestones on the plan, progress similar to how it was presented tonight, just in terms of our status, what's in progress, what's been completed, and what we haven't yet started. So that'll be an important progress report to give to the community. But also, we have more than 38 key measures that we have baselines and a 5-year trajectory already targeted for those different measures. So those are certainly ones that we'll focus on, but there may be others for individual strategic initiatives that come up as well that I think will be really good indicators to our community that we're on the right path, or that we determine that this isn't the right path by how we're studying ourselves as well in terms of how we have to do this work. This is really the work about merging several years of plans. I haven't been shy with you at all that I know that this is almost double-digit plans in the last 20 years in the school district. Why is this one better? It isn't. It's the plan, and it's really important to our community that everyone understands that our work is our present work is always based on our history and what we've done, what we've learned from that, good, bad, or otherwise. And my prioritization, that expectation I have in our staff, is that we are looking most importantly at what we're doing and making sure that we can prioritize and implement it with some sort of fidelity to finish what we start. and to know that we're, making really good decisions that's good for our kids and supports our staff.
Thank you very much. In line with what Director Marchese said, I think it's very important that we, as the strategic plan makes changes, and of course the example that was used tonight is significant changes in our middle school model, that we be kept abreast as it goes along in terms of the cost that will be incurred, and obviously we know. But I think it's important that we hear about that as we're moving with the planning. And then the flip side of that is, I'm suspecting that there may be some areas where there may be resource allocation less than what was formerly given to those areas. I'm not necessarily meaning that we're cutting programs, but we may be de-emphasizing programs. And so consequently, we may have people who find themselves with different direction, or may find their department with less resources than it formerly had. Kind of going along with your mantra of start, stop, sustain. And I think as board members, I think it would be important for us to have some sense of those kinds of changes, because quite honestly, when programs are cut, board members hear about those cuts. And so any proactiveness on your part in terms of when you're going to be doing that kind of thing, because I think it is imperative that the school district make great decisions, and sometimes those tough decisions that say, you know what, we're not really getting good payback on this particular program, and so we're not going to commit ourselves to it as strongly as we did in the past. Those are tough decisions, but we know that you have the ability to make those decisions, and we just want to know about it.
Thank you, Director Broderick. Those stop, start, sustain, it might sound great to say, what are the 100 things we're going to stop? A lot more challenging to actually do that. One of the things that I've recognized through this process is that by prioritizing our work, aligning it with what we want our students and to experience and how we want to support our staff, it allows us to start and sustain things, and mainly sustain the things that we're working on, that many times will guide us to what we might stop. So it's a different approach at how we, again, stop, start, sustain, to begin right at stop, rather difficult. But if you prioritize and resource and develop some momentum and some positive long-term student outcomes that, again, I'm committed to bringing to the district through our work, I think our budget discussions as we move forward will be helpful in that way. By prioritizing the work that is successful for us, it may provide some opportunities for us to make some other considerations.
Thank you. I understand that completely.
Superintendent, I am looking at this one here, and it's saying scan of existing SPPS programs and commitments completed, and I'm not exactly sure what commitments mean. I understand programs, but what are we talking about when it says commitments there?
Yeah, I think we're just talking about our, Chair Ellis, I think we're speaking there of just the committed work that we have out there already. As I said, a lot of the work that we're doing might be part of a 3-year cycle, for example, where we wouldn't just stop it, but we would analyze it and make sure that we recognize that, we're in year 3 of an implementation, for example, and there might be several of those throughout the district in different spans that we have to make sure that we understand and know so that we can evaluate and use our resources most effectively.
And then another question I have, because we're going to get these questions when will referendum dollars start affecting the things that we're going to do in the strategic plan? And so what are just maybe a brief overview of where we see some things maybe falling into play there?
Sure. And obviously we're right in the throes of our budget work. First of all, we will chart those dollars so that the community and that you all can see how they're being spent. But it's important to point out as well that though we're seeing a windfall from our very successful referendum in the fall, we are still seeing declining enrollment for next year's budget. We are seeing a change in our compensatory education. And as of right now, there is no budget passed by our state. So again, it's, this is an iterative process where we learn more and hopefully gain hope day by day. But we have to be very careful as well. I do not want to overcommit our budget. I would rather do less well than try to do everything at this point. So it's going to be a little bit of a process, and it may not fit our timelines too. I've learned that, even though it's supposed to be done by the end of May, that isn't always the case either. But we will definitely chart those dollars and how they're being spent, and we'll have a separate budget that really shows our new initiative spending through SPPS Achieves. Okay, thank you. We will move into Chair Ellis and members of the board. I'd like to call forward Dr. Stacy Achea, Director of Research Evaluation and Assessment, Kathy Kamani, Assistant Director of the Office of School Supports, Dr. Teresa Battle, Assistant Superintendent, and Lisa Sales Adams, Assistant Superintendent, and the team that will be supporting them. They will share trend data, highlight the top behavior events that result in suspensions, and discuss the data for specific schools that are making significant progress around reducing suspensions and improving school climate in general. The end of the presentation will outline the supports the district offers schools, including positive behavior interventions, response to intervention, and broader social emotional efforts underway as part of our strategic plan, SPPS Achieves. Dr. Achea.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, tonight our team will review suspension data. Our presentation will focus on connecting the dots to the systems of school support. Looking for the PowerPoint. We'll start. We begin with a summary of school year 2017-2018. We begin with a summary of school year 2017-18. And in school year 2017-18, we saw a 1% decrease in the number of suspensions, which was 21 less suspensions from the previous school year of 2016-17. While not large, it was the second year of declines. Our racial and ethnic disproportionality continues to exist, with students of color being suspended at higher rates than white students. And overall, the district continues to suspend less than 6% of our total student population. In the section titled Student Groups, we see the percentage change in the number of suspensions from school year 16-17 to school year 17-18. And across student groups, we see that 6 groups increased percentages while 4 groups saw decreases. The second section that you see entitled Grades shows the percent change in the number of suspensions across grade bands. Most grade bands decreased while 4 grade bands increased. On this slide, we will see the 7 schools with decreases of 30 or more suspensions from school year 16-17 to 17-18. At the top of the list is Johnson Senior High School with a decrease of 88 suspensions. We go down through Battle Creek Middle, Creative Arts Secondary, Murray, Jackson, Mississippi to Johnny Johnson Elementary with a decrease of 30 suspensions for a total combined of 404 less suspensions. The data on this slide reflects the number of students suspended for behavior events that lead to suspension in quarter one of this school year, 2018-19. It's organized into 3 categories as defined by the SPPS Rights and Responsibility Handbook: suspension not recommended, suspension possible, and suspension required. Most relevant to tonight's content are the following 2 observations: the large number of behavior events resulting in suspensions in the categories of suspension possible, and the large number of behavior events in which there is a considerable level of subjectivity in both of the categories, suspension not recommended and suspension possible. Please note on the data on this slide, a caution for interpretation. This data represents individual behavior events that are linked to individual students. It does not represent like the unique count of the behavior event. That is to say, if more than one student could oftentimes be involved in one behavior incident. And so there is caution for over interpretation in the data in this slide. As seen in the previous slide, there are a large number of behaviors that require individual interpretation and a level of subjectivity. The complex nature of these types of events are evident in the data. In 1, the large numbers across the district. Those numbers tend to span across the categories of required, possible, and not recommended, as we saw in the last slide. And 2, these events tend to have large ranges resulting resolutions and types of responses, as we see in this slide. Disruptive behavior, the title of this slide, is a very good example of these types of events. Disruptive behavior and the data displayed here are a continuum of multiple resolutions that have been addressing this type of behavior, and it illustrates some of the supports in place around the buildings. As you'll see from the data on this slide, suspension is one of the many responses to these types of behaviors that we have in our system. So at this time, I'd like to transition the presentation to Dr. Teresa Battle, Assistant Superintendent of High Schools.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, and Superintendent Gothard. Tonight, as you are prepared to hear, I will be presenting with Principal Michael Thompson to discuss the data for Johnson High School, a school that is making significant progress around reducing suspensions and improving school climate in general. As I reflect on the journey the students, families, and staff have taken over the last 6 years of Mr. Thompson's principalship, there are contributing factors to the reduction in suspension. First, they developed a clear mission and vision. They declared core values that both adults and students would abide by. They also integrated engaging and rigorous instruction and learning with high behavior expectations for adults and students. To share a little bit about setting the vision. At Johnson, they have unconditional positive regard for all students and staff. This is known collectively as the Johnson High School Manifesto for a collective attitude. Second, setting those core values, or as they name them at Johnson High School, their fundamental commitments to each other. First is order, setting expectations, and the student leadership pillars of academics, character, leadership, and service. Next, vigorous teaching. So they do not allow teachers or students to opt out of learning. They demand high cognitive load and they share that education is not a spectator sport. Everyone must participate fully. They've also developed a PBIS framework with tiered interventions. The first tier is the expectations academic and behaviorally for all students and staff. Second tier is for those students that need additional support, and this third tier gives the highest level of support. It integrates both academic and behavior interventions. So some highlights of their PBIS framework. First, they have a school-wide college and career for all students. So they not only prepare students for their lives they're facing every day, but help them envision a future for post-secondary preparation. They provide during the day tutoring program because, as many of you know, our teenagers live very full lives. Some of them are working, as you saw earlier, the many students involved in athletics. Other students are involved in other extracurricular activities, and also they may be caring for younger siblings or working. And so it's important that they have that daytime tutoring program. They also have a Check and Connect program for grade 9 students to help with attendance issues and for those students receiving special education services. Also, as many of you have seen firsthand, for all students, they give them the opportunity to become Govy leaders. So there's a student framework at Johnson High School that's more than just student voice. Principal Michael Thompson will share about how student leadership is more than a voice. He will share the goals for the program, a few fundamental beliefs, and the structure for the framework that is contributing to the decrease in suspension and improving the culture at Johnson High School. Principal Thompson.
Thank you, Dr. Battle, Chairman Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. Happy to talk about Johnson High School at any time. So as you guys know, what I've discovered actually in my career in St. Paul is that if you want to do high school culture reform, there are two things you have to pay attention to. And one of those is relationships. And that's fundamental to everything that we're doing at Johnson. And some of the results we're getting reflect that work on continually, intentionally building relationships between adults and students, between students. We sometimes forget that last one, because that's where most of our challenges come from, relationships between students that are broken and between students and parts of their community. So we created a student leadership structure at Johnson. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about it tonight. It actually came out of a walkout that we had in the winter of 2016 when we had 62 students walked out in protest of the stuff going down in Ferguson, Missouri. It was a cold February day. The students were going to walk to the Capitol. I told them, that's cool, y'all got to wear hats, and then we'll talk about consequences for civil disobedience when you get back. And the consequences were, you have to help us build a program in which you can show the kind of leadership you showed to do that protest right in school, because I find it extremely annoying that your speeches under the flagpole with 3 policemen there and a bunch of news reporters was much better than the speeches I hear in some classrooms. So that's where all this came from. So everything I'm going to tell you was built with students because we did this together with them. Because I have the benefit of working with a huge staff of dedicated adults who are willing to listen to kids and actually tell them the truth as well as a huge group of students who understand the value of community and want to make a community a place where people support each other. So we sat down, we did a lot of work together with students. When they came back, that was their punishment. We didn't send them over to Central for Saturday school. We said, you got to watch this, you got to talk up to this stuff with us. And the first thing the kids said is, this is all cool, you guys, you adults, but there's no time. Then, as Dr. Battle mentioned, these kids are really busy. So that's the first thing we did. We figured out with the students building time into our day, how we can have leadership happen during the day. They don't have to do it as a protest. The first thing we did was to set some goals. I'll give you a few of the goals, and we've stated them as clearly as we can. We want to make sure that more good things happen at Johnson High School and more bad things happen, and that the students are making those things happen, the good things. That was our first goal. The second goal was to ensure that our juniors and seniors in particular, but all of our students overall, have multiple opportunities to show and practice leadership during their time at Johnson. We wanted to build a stronger Johnson community that quickly integrates those ninth graders into our program, because if you look at all of these behavior statistics from all of our 7 high schools, that is where the issue is. It's a 9th and 10th grade challenge. And then we want to increase, of course, the academic and social success and integration of all of our students. And my student leaders have a phrase for that. They call it going big. We're not going little, we're going big. So we might fall on our faces, but we're going to jump into the pool together and try these activities. So there's some of the relationship build. We also pulled out a number of fundamental beliefs that we talked about with our students that we knew that we had to sit down and say, we got to come together on some things, you guys. And so the biggest one that's had the most, I don't even know if momentum is the right word. I hear it all the time. It gets repeated back to me because, of course, I say it constantly. What hurts my brother and sister hurts me. That's the first thing we started talking about with our kids. Because we still got with some of our students, we have this idea that this is the law of the streets, and every man for himself, and everybody's an island. We just got to beat each other up, and power is about the fist and all that stuff. We try to counter that at Johnson every chance we get by saying we got to be together. This is a tough world out there. We got to be together in it. So what hurts my brother, sister hurts me. Nothing works unless I work. We say that all the time. Maya Angelou said that. Nothing works unless I work. This is built on the backs of effort of students and teachers together. Teaching is not the same as telling. That's the counterpart to school is not a spectator sport. So for students, I'm telling them, and they know now because we said it so many times in so many ways, this is not a spectator sport, as Dr. Battle mentioned. But with the teachers, the counterpart of that is, if you don't want students to be spectators, then we can't just be telling them stuff, because it's really easy to be a spectator if you're just sitting in the back of a room listening to somebody yak at you. So we're working on that. We are not perfect by any means, but we're working on those two sides of the equation. And then one of the other things that we say all the time is adults should not do for high school students what they can do for themselves. And that is actually a lot harder than you think it is, because we want to be protective. We want to do the kind of social work with them, but we got to turn some things over to them. Now, there's certain things that my student leaders do that I wouldn't particularly do it that way. But I have had to learn as a school leader, and so has my staff, to go, that is where they're headed. Our job is to support them in making those decisions that better the school, that they have some ideas. So they've come up with many different programs. We have a program called Sit With Me, which is student leaders in the school cafeteria meeting with new students when they're there, so not sitting alone. They do that periodically. We have a games day. They come out and play games. This is all from students. I didn't think of any of this stuff. We have a group called Talk With Me, which is if students want to sort of triage first step before, you got something going on in your life, you want to talk to another student about. Our students actually work with our social workers to get themselves some preliminary training in how do you talk to people, how do you help them introduce them to the programs we have available. We have a program called Unchained, which is a group of students who sit down and talk to each other and bring in all kinds of other people to talk about the issues that are really affecting them. I was just in a session the other day about how women are treated in our society, and the girls had all kinds of things to say, and some of the guys are like, whoa, okay, I hadn't thought of that, even though it's in the news constantly, but that's another question. We have a group, of course, we just had our Govey Leadership Summit, our second year in a row, where the students run a summit of student leaders from across the city. Students have developed a project called Govey Hour, which one day a week at Johnson we have an adjusted schedule. And that is for students who need extra time with teachers or to go back to a class or make up a test. We build that right into the day because of the time issues that students talk about all the time. We, teachers and staff, did not create that. We have supported the creation of that because the students wanted something like that to happen. So those are the sort of fundamental goals and beliefs. And then, of course, the second half of the equation, as I mentioned before, relationships is the first half. These are all about building relationships. And the second half in a high school, as everybody knows, is logistics. Because my school has 300 more people in it every day than in my hometown. We're trying to run this place. And by the way, there's 3 cops in my hometown. I only got 1. So keep that in mind. And so we have logistics. So we created a system with the students in which there's 2 levels of student leadership. We have student-run advisories every day before lunch, 15 minutes a day, and the students run it. Upper class, those are the Govey leaders. They run the advisories. The teacher's only role in advisory is to take roll. okay? You guys just take roll, let the students run it. They run it. There's 20 students in each advisory. We have 63 advisories. This is all logistics. Because we want to have cross-age advisories, because that's the whole point of this, is having those upperclassmen who figured out how things work, working with our underclassmen every day. They work with them every day. So that's been super exciting. The curriculum is created all by students. So that's one level of our leadership. There's about 300 students involved in the Govy leader level of our leadership at school, and they're busy every day, and they come to me all the time and say things like, Mr. Thompson, how do I get them off their cell phones? I say, you tell us, because we don't know the answer to that yet either. So those students are working on that every day. Those are mostly, almost all juniors and seniors. We're doing recruitment for next year in a couple weeks, and that is my fundamental metric. If they step up and say, we want to keep doing this, we know we're on the right track. If they say that's just too much work, then we got to do some adjustment. For the 3 years we've done this, 4 years we've done this now, we've had more than 300 students sign up. So half of your junior and senior classes are playing some kind of leadership role. So that's one level. Then we have a little hierarchy because we have a group called the senior leaders, and we have about 36 senior leaders this year, and I call them my co-principal. And they have further divided themselves into different roles that they play. They do a weekly convocation with all of the school. They run it. We don't run it. They create the curriculum for the advisories, the student-led advisories, and they give me all kinds of advice all the time, which is exactly what I wanted them to do. So they have that's why we say more than voice, because we want them to have an impact on the way the schools run. So that's just our sort of logistics, and we built that into the school day. So there's about 36 students in there right now. I think there's 2 juniors and 34 seniors, and we'll be recruiting for that too. One other thing I want to say is everybody asks, well, how do they get involved? Is this like student council, people get elected, or is it like there's some kind of grade point cutoff? There is not. We asked our Govy leaders to stand up and walk to the front of the auditorium on the day that we're recruiting and sign a form that says they're interested in doing that. That is the requirement. And then we'll call you up in the summer, and last summer we had 290 kids show up 4 days before school started to get trained to get ready for the next school year, because we meet our freshmen at the door on the first day, all the leaders. So I consider that the most important metric. So in a couple of weeks we'll know if we're still on the right track. Because if the sophomore class sits there and says, yeah, that just looks like too much work, then we know. And then the senior leaders have to apply with a 2-minute, since we have iPads, an iPad video. And they are heartbreakingly cool. They're super cool. And they have to say why they need to be a Govy leader, what they're going to add, a Johnson leader, senior leader, what they're going to add to the school, and some things they might want to work on. That's the only requirements we've had. In 4 years of doing this, we've only had 1 student drop out of the program, the leadership program. She was just there was too much going on in her life. So that's the overall logistical and relationship part. So I invite you all to come out, and most of you have been over there anyway, but I invite you all to come over and take a look at the daily work that these students are doing. We're not perfect, but the students are making it more perfect and better to where we want to be. Thank you.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to highlight the positive work taking place at Highland Park Middle School. This evening's spotlight will focus on their decrease percentage of black students being suspended and their ongoing commitment to build a positive school culture for all students. When we say all, we mean all students. So the graph this evening shows the decrease in suspensions of black students over a 5-year period, starting with the school year 13-14 up to last school year 17-18. So that's the data that you're looking at right now. If you notice in the graph, there has been a consistent decrease in suspension over the past 5 consecutive years. And this evening I want to highlight some of the work that has taken place that's aligned under their Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports, or PBIS framework, which includes an intentional focus on building positive relationships with students, clear and consistent building expectations for students and staff with monthly celebrations. It's always important to celebrate the good work that students and staff are doing. Social emotional learning strategies and supports, instructional techniques and best practices. One of the texts that they use is Teach Like a Champion, which has best practices for teachers, nonverbal classroom management strategies through Envoy, but the school also monitors office to discipline referral data, and they have intentional steps to support students with a caveat, we want to make sure that we're maximizing the time students spend in class, because when they're out of class, they're not learning. So that's something that's very intentional that's happening at Highland Middle School, but also multiple opportunities for student leadership. Highland Park Middle School staff and students work collaboratively to build a positive school culture. For example, they have used student youth participatory action research to create a survey for students, staff, and parents to identify areas of strength and areas that need improvement to improve their school culture. This student group analyzed their survey data and made school-wide recommendations to create a different intervention experience for students who were referred out of the classroom. One thing I want to highlight is the teachers and the adults actually listened to the students and they put something in place. So this school year, like I said, staff listened to the recommendations of students, and they created an intentional space to support students through the use of social emotional learning strategies. This is an additional layer under their PBIS framework to connect with students and proactively meet their needs. We want to make sure that we're proactive on the beginning, because once we're reactive, sometimes that's a little bit too late. So some of the supports that are offered through this space are teaching students to recognize individual signs of distress, dysregulation, but also to teach them self-advocacy, teaching calming strategies and self-regulation strategies, providing energy breaks. So if you stop by Highland Park Middle School, you'll see that they have a stationary bike where students can jump on and kind of exert some energy. But also a major component is self-reflection. So our students work with trusted adults as they reflect on the following questions. Can you recognize what you need at the moment? What are you feeling? And what do you need to get back on track? Because we want to make sure that students are able to identify that, share that with the adult, and they kind of walk them through what does that look like. But also, students and staff have the opportunity to make a referral to receive these supports. So this is something that staff may see that a student needs, but a student can also say, hey, I need a break and I want to go and get some support in this area. One thing that Principal Hoff shared is with the implementation of this strategy, they have actually decreased office discipline referrals. They track their data and they connect with teachers on an ongoing basis. So this is something that is positive, because again, we want to make sure that we're maximizing the amount of time students are spending in class. Another component that is happening at Highland Park Middle School are the multiple student leadership opportunities. Over the past 4 years, the students and staff have worked proactively to increase student voice and positive culture. So this evening, I just want to share a few of those. Highland Park Middle School has a Black Student Union. A student also created a group called People Unified. And what that is, it's a group of students who propose to build an inclusive environment among young people with intellectual disabilities. This group aims to include and empower them to help improve the school environment. And it was actually started by a student whose brother has Down syndrome. The whole goal was to spread awareness. They have a Gender Sexuality Alliance, GSA, Dare to Be Real classes for students in grades 7 and 8, Flipside, which is our after-school program, but they have a leadership component. We have Where Everybody Belongs, an acronym that you may hear in our school is called WEB, and that's an opportunity for our 8th grade students to mentor our 6th grade students, and the lessons that they are teaching is a focus on social-emotional learning. So that's an area where our older students are reaching down to our younger students, and then the WEB students are also training our 6th grade students with yoga calm techniques. So I want to thank you for an opportunity to share some highlights. And speaking to Principal Hoff, they are going to continue their efforts to connect with their students. And although they've had a decrease over the past 5 years, they want to continue that work, and they want to continue focusing on building a positive school culture for all students. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. Thank you for the opportunity today to share some information from the Office of School Support about our model of school support and what we are going to support buildings in creating at each site. And I think you'll see a lot of similarities between the schools that were highlighted and the information that I'm going to share. So in St. Paul Public Schools, we are using and scaling up the Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports framework. As you've heard me describe before,
Think of PBIS as the bookshelf or framework that organizes all our work around social emotional development, preventing and responding to problem behaviors or unexpected behaviors. School sites are able to add their own specific books or interventions and supports to their unique bookshelf or framework. So on my team, some folks that work with me, like our PBIS coordinators, work very hard to keep this bookshelf solid, creating the district-wide systematic supports and technical parts that are needed to implement a PBIS framework with fidelity. Other team members focus more on the specific books or interventions, such as experts in restorative practices, different social emotional learning programs that we help buildings implement. As you know, the 3 tiers of support are the Tier 1 supports for all students, our targeted supports for just some students, and then our intensive individual supports that are in Tier 3. Now remember, you may have heard this before, but when implemented with fidelity, we really should see 80% of students responding to those Tier 1 supports, about 15% of students needing some additional Tier 2 supports, and only about 5% needing those individualized Tier 3 supports, which I think when I heard Dr. Grayachea talk about the suspending less than 6% of our students across St. Paul Public Schools, I think that's about the same as our 5% of Tier 3 students. So this slide contains some of the supports that really should be found in every single school building. What we have agreed upon and what is stated very clearly in our Rights and Responsibilities Handbook is that in St. Paul Public Schools, we take a preventative, educational, and restorative approach to behavior. And it really takes everyone that works here, all of us, to play a role in creating a positive culture that does support that approach. And then in addition to our licensed teachers and administrative teams, every school building has a school support team of licensed staff like counselors, social workers, nurses, and psychologists that have specialized expertise and knowledge in the area of child development, mental health, social emotional learning. And those team members have the role to work not only with individual or small groups of students, but also support that school-wide Tier 1 supports. And they also consult regularly with administrators and classroom teachers to think about how they can either adjust their environment in their classroom or learning area or develop interventions to help students be successful in class. The last bullet on this slide really talks about the Tier 1 components or the foundation of the PBIS framework. I would really actually say that we need to see these things in place in order to develop the systematic approach that the PBIS framework gives us. And I think we have heard that many of those things were talked about in the examples of Johnson and Highland Park Junior Middle School. And many of these things also are not new. They're not just coming about with SPPS Achieves, but what is changing is that we are really increasing both the support and accountability around that and really trying to standardize our behavior data collection system so we have the accurate data, we're reviewing it and intervening and responding and sending resources to where it's needed. So one important part of our continuum of supports that we have been implementing in St. Paul Public Schools includes restorative practices. So I really want to reiterate one thing that many of you have heard me say before, but it's really not a choice between are we going to implement PBIS or are we going to do restorative practices, but it's rather how we integrate restorative practices into the PBIS framework. And listed here are the schools that were part of our original pilot with the St. Paul Federation of Educators. And you heard earlier about Johnson High School, and they are one of our restorative practice sites in their third year of implementation. And I think that it was already talked about, but I just have to reiterate that in their restorative practices implementation plan, it was really grounded in student leadership opportunities. And so I really think they have student leaders that are also leading circle. They have had leaders lead circles of adult staff in different training opportunities. So I think that showing how restorative practices not alone impacted the suspension data at a school like Johnson, but was a part of a lot of different components. And so, really talking about the PBIS systematic approach that we use in every school to implement our continuum of supports. I talk about a lot of different acronyms: PBIS, social emotional learning, or SEL, RP, restorative practices. But really, what's really important to me is how it all fits together and the kind of component that runs through all of them. And again, we heard that relationships are key. We are also not only focusing on students changing, but adults. And then how we are using some of these practices to really look at the whole school approach to improve culture and create an environment of not only physical safety, but emotional safety for our students and staff. So as we move forward with SPPS Achieve, we know that we will have a strong focus on school and district positive culture, looking at Initiative 1A, which is one I am closely involved with, is how are we integrating social emotional learning supports in the PBIS framework. And we're looking forward to the Collaborative for Academic and Social Emotional Learning, or CASEL, that will be visiting St. Paul schools later this spring to do an engagement and readiness analysis that I think will give us some recommendations on how to strengthen our systematic approach to implementing both PBIS and SEL. So thank you, and we are all available for questions if there are any.
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I appreciate the opportunity to learn more about some of the positive approaches that have been done. I have a variety of different questions, so I may take a little while. I just want to warn everybody that I'd like to kind of get through here, and I guess I want to talk a little bit about some of the data that we have, because I think it's one to kind of talk about the percentage increase or decrease, but it's a little out of context in terms of understanding the scale and the scope of what we're talking about. Can you flesh a little bit of that out for us? Because I think just seeing, I'm concerned when I'm seeing the decrease and increase in the way that it's represented, but also what does that mean in terms of the numbers of students that we're addressing?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, Director Marchese, in terms of numbers, when we say the end of the school year, 2017-18, that's represented, this data represents 4,048 suspensions, individual suspensions. It is reflective of 2,246 students, which equates to approximately 5.9% of the students that we served during the school year.
So when we look at we've talked a little bit in the past about disparities in the numbers that are there. Can you give us kind of what that numerical data point is in terms of documenting that?
Yes. In terms of disparities, I'll choose the largest disparities in response to the racial and ethnic disparities and disproportionality that we see at the end of school year 17-18 still. Out of those suspensions, those 4,048 suspensions, approximately 2,995 of them represented suspensions of Black students versus 304 that represented suspensions of white students. Another disparity that we see that we have been working on in the district, out of the same 4,400 suspensions, approximately 1,500 represented suspensions of students with special needs receiving special education services. In terms of the number of the students that have been suspended, which is a different metric than the number of suspensions, and this is out of that 5.9 overall percent of students suspended. We can look at the disparities across student groups. So, for instance, 9.6% of American Indian students were suspended, compared to 2.5% of white students that were suspended, 7.5% of low-income students that were suspended, 13% of Black students that were suspended, and 12.5% of students receiving special education services that were suspended.
Okay, I guess that, is there a change in the relationships between these numbers year over year that we've seen at all? Is it expanding? Is it contracting? Where are we going with that?
We have seen changes. We have seen decreases. In some years, we have seen increases. The challenge is that the disproportionality is so large. That would be the disproportionality between the almost 3,000 suspensions that reflect suspensions of Black students compared to 304 that represent suspensions of white students. It's so large that any one year is not likely to impact that disparity, and any one school is not likely to impact that disparity at a district level. It will be something that will be systemic, sustained, and implemented with fidelity that would need to impact something at that level.
I'm glad you said systemic and sustained, because I think that's actually a question that I have, and maybe this kind of switches the next person kind of to respond, because I think the thing that I'm grappling with here is that it's going to take a systemic and sustained approach, and I'm concerned about, we've elevated a few models that I think have worked really well in specific buildings and highlighted those buildings where they've showed some progress in numbers, although those are aggregate numbers. Those are not numbers that are talking about breakouts by ethnicity or racial background or income or special ed. How are we going to move to a systemic approach to address these issues that's going to begin to make progress on the disparities that we see? I can see models being helpful, but where do we enforce a norm in terms of how are we working with our students as staff and administrators that places a priority in understanding the causes for why these disparities exist, and then the ways that we can kind of move forward to begin to construct different environments in which the norms and or the ways that we handle conflict and relationships are different, so that we don't come to this place or we begin to carve away at this.
Director Marchese, Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. I wish I had the one easy answer to that question. I don't believe there is one one practice we can say must happen in every single school to do that, or we would have already done that. I do believe that some of the things that we are talking about right now, as far as even using our standardized data collection system and making sure that that's used in every building, helping and supporting principals and PBIS teams to look at the office discipline referral data so that they're looking at the data and able to intervene even prior to the point it gets to suspension, because I think the research around PBIS does show that if you have the office discipline referral data that you are looking at regularly, drilling down, disaggregating that by race, and you're looking at it, and you're adjusting your interventions in a building to try to look at decreasing then those suspensions and dismissals. I believe another place that we can focus some of our efforts are the suspensions that you saw that were on the data that were for offenses that do not, where suspension is not recommended. So how are we supporting buildings to giving them options for what else they can do to resolve those issues rather than moving to suspension? So for focusing some of our efforts around that.
I guess I see that, and I think I agree that there's no magic bullet, and I appreciate that there are varieties of approaches that are going to work. Two things that kind of come to mind. One was highlighting the circumstances, and I think, Dr. Achea, you mentioned it in the data, which is the number of situations where there's a lot of discretion in terms of judging behavior, judging what conduct actually rise to a level that requires some intervention, and then what it is that we do in light of that. So there's a relationship, there is an interaction, there's something in which the discretion is being used in various different ways. It seems to me it's used in ways that I think, racialize the outcome that we see. If that's the sense that we have from the data's clear, then we should be looking at how those interactions, what do we do to help people see how they can work differently? And it could be a restorative approach. And I want to talk a little bit about that. We've been working with a number of the buildings, and you raised it in the slides, where restorative practices are part of the approach. What do we see in terms of the data that we have from those buildings, in terms of the disciplinary referrals, the kinds of outcomes that are being done, not only in suspensions, all across the board? Because I would hope, at least the theory was, that we would be seeing some different outcomes that are there. What are we seeing in that data?
So we're not seeing that data yet. I think what we are seeing is we are looking at some of the, well, first let me back up a minute. Some of our implementation around restorative practices was not completely focused on, first and foremost, reducing suspensions and office discipline referrals. It was an approach to look at how we're improving school climate and culture, and how are we creating a welcoming environment for staff, students, and families. And so we're looking at some of the school climate data in those sites. And so we're in 6 sites that are in year 3 right now. And I think that we have seen the most growth in sites where there have been consistent leadership, and they have really followed their implementation plan closest, and have had not only consistent leadership, but consistent staff in the restorative practices positions, lead positions in the buildings. And so we have had some sites that have had multiple changes in leadership around the restorative practices. So in those sites, we haven't seen some of the outcomes that we're seeing at like a Johnson or a Murray.
So are we, part of the notion with the pilot was that we would be able to disseminate some best practices to both help the schools that are in the process, earlier in the process, and also to spread to other buildings around the district to help them employ different techniques. And I agree with you that it wasn't necessarily driven by solely with the notion that we want to change the outcomes in terms of data. We want to change the environment. We want to change the relationships and have different kinds of relationships formed, since we've heard of the discussion around relationships being key here, but that in so doing, we should see some change in there. So I think there needs to be some way to measure it quantitatively, and then even qualitatively, surveys of students, surveys of staff, feedback circles, focus groups that kind of talk about how is this different for you today than it was last year, or how are you experiencing, even according to just quality of life indicators in those buildings? Because I think, you know, we're looking for different ways of trying to make a difference in the changing of relationships. That discipline data reflects broken relationships. And so how are we repairing those relationships in ways that allow our students to be successful and our staff to be successful? I would hope we could be more systematic about that, because it's not only an investment of time and resources, but it has a capacity to, we hope, to do something different. And that's just with restorative practices, and that may not be appropriate for every building in our district.
Right, and we are working right now with the University of Minnesota and our evaluator to collect that type of data that you're talking about, and some of that, their findings, and they're really working to harvest the best practices from those 6 pilot sites that are now in year 3, and develop a real readiness process for the sites that will begin implementation through a grant that we received, the Education, Innovation, and Research Award, that is really allowing us to expand to 8 more sites by the 2021 school year. And so those sites will have much more of a systematic approach based on what has been learned, from the 6 pilot sites.
What do we do in terms of helping our students also? I mean, sometimes it may be beyond the capacity of staff, or just staff alone, that it will require, you know, some referral outside. How does our staff work to make referrals outside of our buildings, to be able to bring in other resources, or to other parts of our district that might be helpful?
Are you talking about like referrals to community resources, community agencies, county resources, just in general for any supports? Right. Sure. I would say that most often our school counselors and our school social workers are supporting teachers and are the go-to people in every school building for that, and work with a variety of our community agencies and are making referrals daily, multiple referrals daily. We have many co-located mental health services in almost all of our schools. We're working to expand that, but I think we have 42 sites right now that we're up to, with about 12 different community agencies for mental health supports. But there's also partnerships, say with Ramsey County, different programming that they have. We're working with community centers and just a variety of community resources. And I think our lead counselors and our lead social workers are working together to make sure that the staff in buildings are aware of resources as they come up and in our community.
Is that part of our PBIS infrastructure? Is that part of the tiered supporting system to our students?
I would say that's part of the how I talked about every school will have a student support team that exists, and those student support teams are the social workers and counselors that are a part of that, making those referrals, and those are critical staff to implementing PBIS and any type of social emotional learning or positive behavior supports in a building. In supporting the teachers. I mean, I think teachers are very critical in that as well, but those staff are the ones that are doing the individual outreach to a family to do a referral, because a referral isn't just like handing someone a phone number. That involves me building a relationship with that parent and that family, and maybe even also having a relationship with the person that works at the agency so I can really make that connection.
I also think that there's an opportunity, as we've talked about community and the opportunity for community participation in what's happening in our buildings. You know, the ways in which we can tap into other community resources that are maybe not specialized, for example, a mental health provider, but community dispute resolution and community problem solving and mentorship, and, you know, caring adults that come from local community that can be a part of the solution process, that are maybe not necessarily coming into this as trained professionals, but bring other skills to that. I think it's trying to figure out perhaps other ways of trying to rebalance the relationships to
Sure.
allow that to happen. I'm just,
Definitely.
again, thinking about it. I have another question, which is something that I wanted to raise. I've raised it separately prior to the meeting. Some discussion, and again, this may be someone else who might be able to talk about this, about how we, in work with some of our students who might be in the moment, very tense, and the practice of using some sort of seclusion type room for the purpose of calming them down. I've heard, and it's been discussed in some social media circles recently about this. I'd like to learn a little bit more about what the practice is around that and where we're using that.
Sure.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, and Superintendent Gothard. I'm Marcy Dowd. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Specialized Services. And I heard the question regarding seclusion and legislate, just a little history lesson. In 2011, there was language changes regarding restrictive procedures. And seclusion and physical hold are part of restrictive procedures. That language changed in 2013, 2014. September 1 of 2014, St. Paul Public Schools dismantled all of their seclusion rooms. And so we do not have seclusion, locked, magnetic locked, timeout seclusion rooms as defined by statute. What Kathy was sharing is, and others regarding school and PBIS, is calming spaces. And so a seclusion room by Minnesota statute is where you have a locked facility that you have and or have barred the egress for a student to move out. The calming rooms, the green rooms, the sensory rooms are all about regathering, not locking, and discipline. And so and Minnesota statute also shares that removing a student from an activity, a classroom, to a calming area is not considered seclusion, but in a proactive way to get the behavior back on track. So as of 2014, we do not have seclusion rooms.
Right. So in the circumstance where we do use calming rooms or these kinds of sensory rooms, is the child with a staff member at all times in those rooms?
Yes, so the protocol would be that the staff is with the student, helping process, asking some questions, maybe giving space, but always in a supervisory way to help a student regulate.
Okay, and how commonly available is that around our buildings in the district?
I would say most, as part of their PBIS plan, have a option in Tier 2 and Tier 3 to have a calming spot to just regather, process with an adult, and come back with the intention of reducing suspensions or as an intervention. Just as a reference, the Office of Specialized Services does have a restrictive procedure plan on the website if it's under our department, under parent resources, and what is the history and the use of seclusion and how was it eliminated in the district.
Okay. And is the sensory or these kind of timeout rooms, these are considered part of the PBIS infrastructure and something that MDE, for example, says this is an appropriate way to address a disciplinary issue or a student's behavioral issues?
Yeah, we actually try really hard not to use the word timeout as a reactive procedure to the right. So we try to talk about this is a proactive choice to regroup and regather. So it is not a timed out. It is not used as a disciplinary for behavior where you go take a time out. And so we try to really take that mindset of that calming room to be the proactive side, not the reactive side. And so, yes, Minnesota Department of Education allows for calming proactive strategies. They actually, in the Minnesota statute, indicates that is not considered seclusion.
Okay. And in this way, it's actually directed by the student to decide that they wish to be in that space?
Sometimes.
Or is it by the staff member?
It will be both. So we like to cue our students at times when they might need a break as they're working on self-regulation. Sometimes we need to play that frontal lobe and let them know that it might be time to take a break. And sometimes students select. So we try to work with the student to get them to a safe, calming, welcoming environment to regather. And then the next step would be processing what happened when a student's ready, and alternative behavior to go back to the classroom and be successful.
Great. Okay, this is helpful because I think we certainly wouldn't want to be in a situation where the use of something like a calming room would actually have a more re-traumatizing kind of effect on the student, where they may have other experiences in their lives of being put into another room or separated in their lives, and in which case they then have this experience in the classroom, in this building, and that doesn't necessarily maybe help them all that much.
Yeah, and that is why the statutory language changed, and that is why St. Paul has removed all seclusion rooms for that exact reason.
Great.
We don't want to act traumatized.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, I'm good at it. I'm sure others have questions. So,
Director Schumacher.
That covered some of mine, so thank you. But I do. I guess what I'd like to hear a little bit is Principal Thompson, if you could talk a little bit about how what we're hearing here manifests itself in your schools, and obviously with the degree of student leadership that you have there. Describe maybe some of these incidents we're talking about where students need space, or you talked about that students can refer other students. Can you walk us through some of that and how maybe that's how what's being done in your school has an impact on that, or how it works with it?
Thank you, Director Schumacher. I guess I would say the biggest impact that we're having is the creation of a very clear community in which the norm is community. And so the issues that arise then are much easier to find and see with student behavior and student conduct and the kinds of issues that come out, so that those kinds of behaviors become more uncommon, and other students know that that's not how we do things. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's what we have found. It's like so if you're going to have a restorative school, you have to have something worth restoring, and students have a sort of fundamental understanding of that. So if we work really hard to make something that people want to be a part of, and then something disrupts it, some student conduct or whatever the conflict is, then that's what we found, is that we're able to restore it. So we often have challenges with students who are really brand new to us, who don't understand the culture and the community, and don't want to participate yet, because that's what we're kind of see. So I don't know if I'm answering your question fully, but that's one thing we found through the use of these practices, is that we create a different baseline for the way that the building is running and the way the building feels, and it's much easier to see when there's something that's not working the way it should. Is that?
Yeah, and I mean that makes it makes sense just in terms of someone feeling outside of community or inside community.
Right, and so we try to make that community embracing to what's happening, and then it takes time with some folks, because kids are coming from all kinds of places.
Sure.
So that's yeah. I mean, that's kind of a bigger answer than your more specific question. But
I think it gets to the heart of it. And the other question that I would have for you is how long, I guess I was surprised to learn that the Govies have been around for such a short period of time.
Right.
And that this program and the way that it's developed has had an impact so quickly. Is that something that you were surprised by? Is it that we just don't give our students enough credit for how powerful they are, and when we start to work with them and allow them to take the lead on these things?
Yeah, so I think that you're correct in what you just said. We don't give students enough credit for being able to do this kind of work. And we're sometimes, as adults, and trained through all of our training to intervene all the time at different places, when in fact they can take this in directions, and we can be the guide on the side. I mean, that's what we want teachers to be. We do a lot more coaching than we've done before in terms of how we get things done. So I think that's a part of it. I'm actually not surprised. I actually wanted to go even faster, but we're always in a hurry. But I'm encouraged by the progress and the students' abilities and willingness to engage. This is not easy for them either. They're stepping up in front of their peers to say, to say things like, hey, this is how we do things. Hey, that's not really how we do things. Hey, I can help you with that. We don't need to do it like that. And that takes some bravery with peers. I mean, y'all remember what it's like to be a teenager. That's powerful stuff, and I think so I'm encouraged by what's happened. I'd like to be more. I'd like to have our advisories be more really wrapping their arms around kids, and we're still learning how to do that.
Yeah, well, it takes some time. And just the last comment I would have is I hope that we're funneling these leaders into prospective jobs as teachers and administrators and leaders.
One thing that was very funny a couple weeks ago, a number of alums came back, and we actually have not seen that at Johnson for a few years. We have alums coming in from the last 2-3 years, and they actually ran some sessions for us at some stuff we were doing at school, and that was really great to see them. And the leadership roles they're taking at their colleges, all over the country, that was really, really interesting for them to be coming back to Johnson. So,
thank you very much, Mike.
You're welcome.
Well, we have Principal Thompson there. I just have a quick question for you too. Well, I actually have two questions. One about academic outcomes, how that has changed. Are you tracking any of that?
Yeah, well, we are, and that's been one of our biggest challenges, working where Restorative Practices Pilot School and the University of Minnesota evaluators. My curriculum coordinator he asked very pointed questions about when are we going to see the kinds of results that we want to see, which is higher academic achievement. And we have seen some incremental. We've had a lot more what I would call school cultural data than we have yet in academic data, which I think is a trailing indicator. But the theory of action, anyway, is that you create the culture and the academics come from that. And one thing that we have seen is teachers' willingness to get out from behind their big desks has drastically increased. We just did a showcase of culturally relevant teaching activities that we've been working with teachers on, and I consider that we're halfway to first base on doing this right, okay? But every one of my teachers brought something to the table. And I think 3 years ago I wouldn't have been able to do that, or I would have had to be knocking on people's doors a lot more. So I think we're starting to see that in terms of the instruction around it, and that because people feel free, because the culture and the climate is friendly, non-confrontational, people are trying to work, we start to see that, yeah. So that's where, to tell you the truth, in our work with the evaluators from Minnesota and other places, there is no model yet for the use of those practices in this kind of situation, though there's evidence of things that work, so that's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to help build that model. How do we look at that? So restorative practice has been a community-based effort. It's somewhat new to the school, not brand new, but it's an effort that's not quite, doesn't have all the pieces there that we want to look at. So,
Great.
Yeah.
So just one other question
Sure.
for you, because I think you might have some ideas about this. I don't know, but it seems to me that a lot of our kids are coming to us with experiences that have impacted their view of the world, their behaviors, their trust for adults, their security in the world. And so working with families seems to be an important piece. I'm just wondering how much you're working with families and what your experience has been around that.
So just coincidentally, last week we had a parent panel that met with our teachers all day. We had a number of parents come in, and they actually talked to teachers all day long, and we had a series of questions for them, as like, how can we reach out to you? It was really fascinating. And a couple of the families, a couple of the parents who came talked about what they called school hurt, that people have a relationship with schools that's painful, and how we can start working on that and healing that. So I found that very powerful, and actually every teacher in school through the course of the day, how we set it up, got a chance to talk with this parent panel and ask them questions and ask questions back and forth. I would like to do a lot more of that. Frankly, I don't think we've done nearly enough of that.
I'm wondering, I'm wondering about those schools, and maybe this isn't a question for you, but those schools that are more community schools, or the Achievement Plus schools where there's a community liaison there, and how those programs are impacting suspensions or discipline. I have such a hard time with suspensions when so many kids experience rejection already in their lives, or unrealistic expectations that make it hard for them to believe in themselves and to believe in the people around them, that sending kids home or rejecting them one more time, how that helps anybody. So just want to put that out there. I just wish we didn't have any of that data, and we didn't have to do that sort of thing with our kids. We should be embracing them and not rejecting them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your great work. It's so impressive over there.
Yep, thank you.
Stay there.
Mr. Broderick.
Am I next? Thank you. I wanted to expand a little bit on what Director Schumacher and Vanderweer were talking about, but two real quick questions. Are advisories the same as homerooms?
Not in a traditional sense, though you could call them homerooms if you want. But they're with the same students every day, all year. We haven't figured out a logistical way to get them to stay together for 4 years, the way that those old homerooms did, because we wanted to have the group leaders be those juniors and seniors, and we wanted to make sure there were always freshmen and sophomores in the group with them. But yeah, so they meet every day right before lunch. They dismiss themselves. To tell you the truth, they're better at that than the teachers are.
So then the homeroom is mixed grade?
Yes, they're mixed grade on purpose.
Okay. And then secondly, because our high school students today are so, find themselves in some real accelerated programs and are taking AP classes and all this sort of thing, are you having any conflict in terms of trying to find time during the day to do these kinds of things within the school day that I think are so important, but at the same time, well, you already know what I'm asking.
Yeah, that is a challenge. We actually built the senior leadership hour into the day as a part of one of the hours of our day. We have a 7-period day, but we're actually, if you look at it, it looks like an 8-period day, because we count lunch as a period, because then we can attach the advisories to that. That was some of the logistical work we had to do. How are we going to do this? So that is a challenge. I actually have students at Johnson, all of our high schools, that have more college classes than they will when they are in college during the day. That actually is a problem. That was one of the rationales for our student leaders coming to us saying they wanted this Govy hour idea to build in that time, at least weekly, for some extra time with teachers and extra time to do different things. I mean, they use it for club work and other things too.
But then some of those very academic students are also participating
Yes.
to a large extent
Yes.
with the leadership programs.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, that's wonderful. The other thing is, and this I think goes along with the question that particularly Director Schumacher was asking, because many of our students actually, when they cross the threshold and come into our building, may be coming into a safer environment than they just left. And those, when you have a school like Johnson that's trying to create a culture, and if I may use the old-fashioned term, school spirit, because I see that out there with the Govies all the time, when we have students coming in that are going to be a little bit suspicious and maybe even resistant to buying in to this culture, how do you as staff members, and you in particular as a principal and your assistant principals, and then of course your student leaders, how do they go about trying to, on a one-on-one situation, and I know this is difficult for adolescents, I know this. It's difficult sometimes for adults, but how do we begin to try to enculturate kids that don't expect that that they're going to find an environment that is not only safe, but even a sanctuary for them, and that even though they may have problems with other people outside of the school, maybe even with the St. Paul Police Department, but when they come across that threshold, we accept them, and we want them to accept us, and we want to have this mutual trust. Now, I know I'm sounding awful moralistic here as I'm getting warmed up to the actual question, because this, if you can pull this off, we're not going to necessarily see it in data. We're going to see it when we walk into a building and we see the kinds of things that, quite honestly, I have seen at Johnson High School, and I've seen at Gordon Parks when you were there. So what's your take as a principal in terms of creating that kind of place? Whereas I used to put on my campaign literature, where teachers can teach, not tell, but teach, and students can learn, and everybody feels comfortable, or most everybody feels comfortable with one another most of the time. I'm sorry to give you, well, you know me well enough, I was going to give a speech. But could you give a better speech in reaction to what I just said?
Well, I think it goes back to as many kinds of relationships that we can build with students as quickly as we can. Some of it has to do with the kinds of assistant principals and counselors that we have that are open to building those relationships and can talk to students and at whatever level they need to talk to them at. So I think that's what we've seen a lot of. I just am amazed at sometimes what some of my crew can do. I can't do that. I have to walk away. I'm not talking with this. So I think that's part of it. Also, the advisory system that we did create has on purpose 3 or 4 student leaders in each group because some of the models that we use to build this when we were working with the kids said if one kid can't communicate, there might be 2 or 3, 1 or 2 others might be able to. And we still might not get everybody, but we have a better chance. Yeah, I don't like you, Mr. Broderick, but I like Miss Vanderweer. I'll talk to her. Okay. So that's kind of consciously built in. So in fact, part of the training in the summer is to have the kids, you don't take it personally. They might not all, the new students you're going to meet, might not all be connecting with you all right away. And I think we've done a pretty good job with our freshmen. I think we want to do more with the kids coming in different times of the year. But yeah, so we just try to get them in there and start. And some of it comes from just like I said before, what the baseline is. Students can pick up on that right away. This is how this works here. I don't know if I get your answer correctly there, but that's.
No, well, I know that's what you're doing. Yep. It's just that teaching is a science. Mm-hmm. It's also an art. And being the principal of an urban high school is both science and art. And I think those kinds of relationships, those kinds of honest relationships we have with kids that aren't necessarily ready or really thinking that they're going to be able to have one. And I don't want to sound like an old softy, but you know what? If we tell kids and we're honest with them, I think our buildings will always be better. And we've got good buildings in St. Paul.
So I'll just add that it's probably good because I'm not a perfectionist, and we are shaping. It's not finished product. So we're sort of happy to see change in students, and so that was better than it was last fall. Yeah. So that student is responding to conflicts or issues that he has in at least a slightly less negative way. And we had some experiences like that today with a couple of students. Like last fall, it would have been like this. Now it's just a bunch of words. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, principals.
Yep.
I know we're going over in time. So, Dr. Chair, this question's for you. Thank you. I got to go back to numbers. You talked about the 4,048 students. And out of those, 2,995 of those were black students. 1,500 of those are special ed. Is the special ed count a separate account, or in that 2,995 of black students are special education kids counted in that, or is that separate?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, Director Foster, those are separate numbers, separate identification. There is, of course, overlap, but those are separate numbers.
Okay. Do we know what, do you have a numerical breakdown? I don't need it now, but is in the special ed, is that separated out as well by race?
I could get that for you.
Okay. And then a larger question, I don't know if you have this question, but thinking about district-wide, our black students, what population or percentage of student body are they in this district?
Black students represent approximately 21% of the district.
Okay. And that continues to concern me because according to this, roughly to 78% of those dismissals are to kids who aren't even the largest population in this district, which reiterates the fact that we have to continue to talk about race and subjective and dismissive dismissals to students, and that we have to, while we can talk about the phenomenal work that is happening as we are moving forward, we have to keep at the heart of this, that in particular this group we know also have the least amount of access to AP and curricular that represents them in our district. We have to stay focused on the fact that there are some disparities that we have to give very specific and intentional attention to in this district. I've got a lot more I want to ask you about those numbers and some things, but I'd like to go offline about that just for my education and understanding, and then maybe with Dr. Grathler at a one-on-one. Thank you. Again, going back to, I just want to say we go back to this living our values at each and every child. Start, stop, sustain. So we have to continue to think about how we are living our values with our kids. What are we prioritizing? And sometimes we do have to set priorities over others to get desired change.
Okay. I have a question about restorative practice, our cohort. So, I mean, based on this presentation, and it's, very impressive to hear the, about Johnson, about Highland Middle School. And so, if RP and PBIS is the success formula, and I get that every site, it varies. If I were to go into a building that is, part of the RP cohort or is implementing PBIS, what can I expect?
Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, Director Zhang, you should be able to go into any school in St. Paul Public Schools and be able to ask and expect to hear about PBIS implementation. So you should be able to see what is a matrix of behavior expectations that exist in this school. So what do we have that we have all agreed upon, and where is that? Those are things that you can expect to see. In addition, if you are a teacher or a staff in that building, you should be able to have access to the school-wide discipline plan. So you have a clear understanding of what is agreed upon in this building as far as office managed behavior, something that a student might have to go and see someone else outside of the classroom, and what's a classroom managed behavior, and what are the strategies that I as a teacher use in my own class to keep learning going. If you were a restorative practice site, you would also likely see some of the values that are agreed upon displayed around the building, or at least told to you the values that as a restorative community they have created. You see on this slide that's up the pilot sites, so the 12 pilot sites that we began with in, I think, the year, 2016-17 school year. But in addition to those sites, there are many schools that are exploring restorative ways of addressing behavior and building community that are not one of those pilot sites, and I think that's really important for you to know. So these are sites that the district is actually funding a restorative practice lead in these sites, so they have an implementation plan, and it's one of their really main strategies that they're using to build their tiered framework of interventions. But there are many other sites that will tell you they are using circles in some way, or they are exploring how to greet students back from suspension in a restorative circle or restorative conference. So, and you would be able to talk to those leadership teams to see what they're doing.
So then I see here on the slide too that we have yet to determine the new upcoming cohort. How are sites determined?
So we have had, we had a webinar that all principals were invited to, or more than just principals. Principals, and principals could have whoever from their team join them to hear about the opportunity to express interest in becoming an implementation site. And that is a bit different than the pilot site because there will be more structure based on what we've learned from the pilots to implement. And then we have had 7 buildings express interest in becoming one of those sites from the webinar. And now there is a process that we are going through to determine if those sites will start in 2017 or 2018. And part of that included a meeting with our restorative practice coordinator, assistant superintendent, and the principal to begin to prioritize in their building what all do they have going on. Is it the right time? How are you ready to really begin to implement restorative practices? And then in addition to that, sites that are going to begin implementation in 2019, they will this spring take a readiness for change assessment. So all the staff in the building will engage in participating in an online assessment, and that will help them build their action plan on how they're going to implement. And so we know those 7 sites, it's not yet public because they haven't all decided if they're going to start. And then so we still, beyond those 7, still have the opportunity to add a school.
Thank you. So my last question is for the superintendent. And so following the 2 questions I asked, and the presentation tonight, if we know that PBIS and RP, those models are the success models or formula to supporting our schools, what is the plan about expanding to ensure that, we, this is sustainable in our schools and that, our schools across the board could become RP, we could become a RP district as a whole?
Yeah, Director Zhang, I think it's a question I've asked myself. So you're tracking it the same way that I am. I think one thing that Assistant Director Kamani talked about was Castle coming this spring. They are an organization that nationwide I think has seen some really great best practices in districts like ours, and sometimes to have that perspective might give us some good indicators too. It won't be they're not going to give us the roadmap that says here's what you do. But I think they are going to provide us and equip us with asking some really important questions about our system and what we're doing and what we're basing it on. I've had experience with PBIS and RP, in 3 different districts. And, again, it really does start at the very basis. I love what Principal Thompson was talking about. And what he was saying is this is the way we do things here. And that's a big change. And that's not just adults, that's kids as well. And I think the reason that they've been able to have some success is because the students are starting to believe that. One of the things kind of related to Director Vanderwert's question, one of her questions was, in thinking about Principal Thompson, he asked about academic progress. And imagine if we're able to create the system in middle school so that all rising middle school students already have what he's building in high school. So we go upstream. Imagine if he doesn't have to spend time teaching, reteaching, but it's emphasizing, it's promoting, it's empowering, what that could mean for learning in classrooms, what that could mean for teachers and wanting to engage students. And So I think all the time about, from 0 through high school, how are we aligning this so that it isn't this broken, meandering system where students are, experiencing different environments and being treated differently as our data show. And, how can we support a system, that is more seamless and start sooner? I think to his point as well, it was very compelling. Having been a high school principal, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I wish I would have, had some reflection like that. But, in thinking about how, hard it is to have new students come in or have students who haven't experienced St. Paul Public Schools, we have to continually build systems that are for catch-up, for reteach. And we have to be very intentional about that as well. We know that the mobility rate, students in SPPS, we don't have all students who have been here since kindergarten. So our system needs to be great, but we also have to have those catch-up or reteach or those induction systems for new students in our schools as well. And I know what it's like to receive new students. It can be really challenging sometimes as well. And we could dice up our data in hundreds of ways. And I think the other thing about our system is being consistent. We can use that data in a real proactive way as well.
Thank you. So I just want to quote Dr. Battle earlier when she introduced Johnson, that aside from the fact that Johnson's the pride of the East Side, I'm just kidding, but that student leadership is more than student voice, and I think that that's key, and that's like super important in this work. And so I look forward to seeing how we could progress and be an ARP district as a whole. And again, as we've seen in the data in the presentation today, that we've seen how the effect of being RP or practicing RPs and being a PBIS school and the effect on it in the student climate and the school climate, as testified by what we've heard about Johnson and Highland Middle. And so thank you. But again, student leadership is more than student voice.
Just a quick follow-up, Superintendent. Do these positions that are in the pilot schools, how do we pay for these moving forward? And do the sites have to roll it into their budget, or will we continue to support these coordinators?
Director Schumacher, if you would allow me, I'd like to suggest that we provide, it's a complicated formula that I've asked similar questions. Perhaps we can dedicate some direct time to that to kind of share with you the model, how it's implemented, the grant that we just received and how that's going to be used, and some of the limitations we might have from the funding. To say that the funding that we've received is enough to go district-wide in the manner that we have to do it, wouldn't be the case. So, I think we can definitely have continual conversations about it and how those staff are funded. And the other piece is that there's no perfect staff in SPPS to be a great role model or effective restorative practitioner. It comes from all different types. I think that's one of the things we've learned is it isn't just one position we have in our budget. It's people who are empowered and given the time and given the space and the training to really do this well. So it's a multitude of different positions as well. I do. To the team, thank you very much for putting the time into that presentation. Really appreciate it. We are going to move in to the human resources transaction as usual. I'll close the superintendent report by bringing the monthly HR transactions. Tonight, this also includes the recommendation in your chairs for the appointment of our very patient and new Director of Community Education for the district. It is with great pleasure that I propose Anthony Walker for your approval as appointee to this position. Mr. Walker is with us tonight. Please stand. And
I would move to approve this recommendation as well as the HR transaction list for the period February 1st to February 28th, 2019.
Second.
Vote, please.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Ms. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert?
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher?
Yes.
Mr. Marchese?
Yes.
And Ms. Ellis?
Yes. Board members, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Just so you know, we still got like another hour. Yay! Super excited. Come on. 10. I'll be tracking. So 9:39. The time is 9:39. Director Vanderwert, Director Foster, Director Schumacher, Vice Chair Marchese. Going once. Going twice. Do we trade him out? He's eating. All right, I'll leave you alone because you're eating. All right, so we have the consent agenda with items E3 and E5 pulled out. E3, E5, and E8, and E8. I thought we already removed that one out. E8 we removed. Oh, yes, and E8, okay. Yes, E8 is out. E3 and E5 have been pulled. Director Vanderwert, I believe E3 was your pull for Principal McBee.
Maybe it can go back into the consent agenda because we already did it.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So then we need to move it. Okay, so then I move to pull it, or move to approve it with agenda item E3 and E5 pulled, and E8. Second.
Second.
Vote, please.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Broderick? Vote. Say yes.
Yes.
Say yes. Ms. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert?
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher?
Yes.
Mr. Marchese?
Yes.
And Ms. Ellis?
Yes. Okay, and we're in old business? No, we're not. We're at the E3 and E5. Sorry, it's getting to be a long night. Go ahead, thank you.
All right. Thank you, members of the board. Chair Ellis, we previously discussed E3 for your consideration tonight. I'm sure Ms. McBee and the community appreciated your comments, and again, recognizing the community for this honor of naming the Central High School auditorium in honor of Ms. McBee. I would like to have your consideration for the approval.
I move for approval of E3.
Second.
Vote, please.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Ms. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert?
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher?
Yes.
Mr. Marchese?
Yes.
And Ms. Ellis?
Yes.
Then E5 is a request to sign early middle college program identification application. Darren Ginther and Adam Kunz are here to talk about that particular item. I believe Director Vanderwert, you had some questions and comments and thoughts about it.
You know, no real comments or thoughts, except that it's a great program and I think the world needs to know about it.
Bless you.
He's the administrator of record at Gateway to College, day-to-day operations, supporting the youth there. Very brief background with Adam. Great human being, number one. He and I have driven around in my truck to collect free and reduced lunch forms from some of the kids at Gateway, so we've gotten very close. And he stops at nothing to serve the kids. One thing I'd add about Adam is he started in 2016, February, about 3 years ago. 53 students. We are now at 176 in 3 years. About 30% of those students their last school is outside of our district. So, for me, in thinking of sustainability, new students coming in means new money, and it's good for a small ALC, but not so small ALC anymore. As Adam, and I'm sure as he's humble, he will say that everyone else in his team has done great work, but he is very deserving. So.
Chair Ellis, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to talk about Gateway to College tonight. I tell my students all the time that we are the absolute coolest and best opportunity going on in St. Paul Public Schools right now. And I say it a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but I truly believe it. We are a broad opportunity school. We give chances to many different students to have a college-level opportunity while they're still in high school. We target students who've left school, who aren't finding success in school, or can't or don't have the access to the level of coursework that they want in their traditional school, and give them that opportunity. While they're with us in our school, you might kind of think like, well, how do those students find success if they haven't found it in other places? Really, our model is we wrap them up in support. So academic support, emotional support, and social. And the biggest thing that I see is we're doing some of the things that my mom and dad, who were St. Paul Public Schools educators, did for me at the dinner table, right? We have people in their lives during their school day who are like, what are you doing? What are you thinking about? And what's next? And really that like one-on-one mentality is how we found our success. So again, thank you so much for giving me a chance to talk about Gateway to College, and I'd love to answer any of your questions.
Yeah, good job. I visited over there early on, and it continues to impress, and you've grown it. What's the capacity like?
So I think around 200 students. The only limiting factor to our capacity now is space at the college. We run our school out of a couple of classrooms and a very small office. My staff is tripping over ourselves in a really good way because we're full of students.
And is there a possibility that we could find more rooms, or what is that? Is that a Joe level, superintendent level conversation with Rasul?
I think the answer is we have to do everything that we can to provide our students endless opportunities. So this is very much part of our ongoing work in college and career readiness. There will be many recommendations coming for us to truly look at doing things second order change different than how we've done them to get different results. So an expansion is one possibility. There are many others.
And something I'd like to also point out is this early middle college model that we are the largest in Minnesota that model like this. And so that's something that I'm really proud of. And so we're pushing the envelope on size and opportunity. A lot of other early middle college programs in the state aren't centered at the college completely, and not all of the students in the ALC take college classes.
Yeah, just a quick comment about why I thought you should come and talk to us is I got to go to their graduation last year, and it was one of the most joyful events I've ever been to. It was obvious that they were a community. They loved each other. It was just so much fun, and their families were so proud of them, and they were so proud of themselves, and I was so proud of them. It was just a great celebration. So thank you for your work. You are doing, you're changing lives over there, and grateful.
And just to talk about graduates, my first year, which was our first graduating class ever, we had 14 graduates. Since then, we've had 120 more, and hopefully this year, we have 70 students on track to graduate. We've outgrown that auditorium, and that's such a cool problem to have. Thank you.
Thank you. So I should move to accept whatever it was they asked for. I don't know what it was.
Second.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Ms. Zhang?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert?
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher?
Yep.
Mr. Marchese?
Yes.
And Ms. Ellis?
Yes. So we are now at old business, and I will turn it back to you, Superintendent.
Thank you. Charles and members of the board, I would like to call up Chief Baker and Jada Wallenstein to Program Manager in Leadership Development. Come on up, Jada. So we've got 3 policies tonight. The bullying policy is complete, but we've got updates on the prohibition, drug and alcohol testing, and the medication medical procedures policy. Chief Baker, it's all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard. Okay. Chair Ellis, members of the board, these are not new to you. We're coming before you for the second reading of first two policies that I will talk about for drug and alcohol testing for drivers. And then Jada Wallazine will come behind me with the second policy, well, third policy. The first two, if you remember, we split them up just to ensure that they're easier to really understand and read. The proposed new policy 417.00, the rationale is that we are already participating in these federally mandated practices, and we wanted to ensure that there's a policy for that. And as you can see on the slide of the test that would be taking place, and again, we already participate in that, but we did not have an actual policy. And for the proposed new policy 416, just wanted to highlight for the rationale again that SPPS has no current mechanism for any employees other than drivers to rule out and confirm someone is indeed under the influence of drugs or alcohol at work. And then again, the liability and safety issues. I also wanted to highlight that within both of these, one of the questions was, did we reach out to unions to provide insight into the effects of how this policy would affect them? And as of right now, I was able to connect with Assistant Director Jim Vollmer, and we are still working with unions, but we really haven't received any type of concerns, and that unions are currently on board with this. We can still receive information and insight from them, but at this moment, we're feeling pretty good about moving forward with this policy. And unlike proposed policy 417.00, this policy will not include random testing, job applicant testing, and then and then also routine physical examination testing, because we don't offer that here currently at SPPS. Again, just a few items about reasonable suspicion testing, and then treatment program testing is familiar with you. And with that, are there any questions on the two policies? Remember, one deals with the federally mandated work that we're already doing, and the second one, which is 417.00. And again, we split these policies up just to ensure for a better understanding for those trying to understand the policy, specifically employees.
You will get the final feedback from stakeholders before the third reading on these, right?
Yes, and that's currently, as of right now, we have been receiving that, and we will. And if there's anything that has changed, we will definitely let you know, and then we would potentially make the necessary changes. But as of right now, we're feeling pretty good about what we've heard from our stakeholders. Nothing else? All right, and I'll turn it over to Jada Wallazine.
Thank you, Cedric. Thank you, Chair Ellis, Superintendent, the rest of the board. Okay, so this is the second reading of revised policy 516, medications/medical procedures. The policy was last revised in 2008. The revisions made to this policy are restructuring of sentences and rewording. For example, in paragraph 2, designee of school principal has been replaced with designee of school administrator. In paragraphs 4A and 4B, medications prescribed has been replaced with medications needed at school. We didn't want to use prescribed because some students need over-the-counter medicine to be administered by nurses. Additions to the policy has been a purpose statement, paragraph 5 that talks about overnight field trips and the requirements for that, and paragraph 10 talks about emergency medication. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, and our final old business item for tonight is item B, General Fund Budget Update. Chair Ellis, members of the board, I'd like to call Marie Schruel, our CFO, and take us through the General Fund Budget presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. We're going to do a brief budget update this evening and give you a little bit more information on the timeline that's coming up within the next month. This evening, we're going to just again touch base on a couple weeks ago we presented the general fund budget update at the committee of the board. And what you'll see on the preliminary big picture for your general fund is that our revenue, the preliminary projection, is around $570 million, and the expenditures at this time are projected around $573 million. So you'll see that projected shortfall just a little shy of $3 million. And those numbers right now, again, are a projection. They will change as we know more new information. As we do different projections, you'll see some things change within the budget, and you'll get a lot more information as we roll out the budget. We'll provide more information to not only the board administration, but also the community. So what you'll see is our projected revenue, just a touch base there. You'll see the referendum increase and our state aid increase along with special ed were the three areas that we're projecting revenue increases. We also have a decrease in our overall state aid due to our projected enrollment decline. And I'll say at this time, because we are hopeful that we are going to increase our enrollment. Compensatory education, that's our comp ed funding. That's on our October 1st count from last fall. That funds this coming fall's free and reduced compensatory dollars. That is down $5.5 million. So that's, again, a revenue decline that more students are in the reduced category. We're seeing less free. And then overall, just some other revenue changes, about $500,000. So overall, our projected revenue increase at this time is just a little shy of $10 million. But again, taking into account all the areas that we're investing in with our strategic plan and the inflation, and we do add the inflationary costs at the schools, so that's what we're working on currently in finance is putting together school allocations for budgets for rollout and incorporating in our initiatives for the strategic plan into the budgets. And on the school side, the inflationary costs are added there. So what you'll see is the changes, we have incorporated our strategic plan initiatives. You'll see some of the main ones, as you saw earlier this evening, the investments within our budget, the schedule to support the middle school model, the college and career programming, those are embedded in the schools. the professional development for paraprofessionals on social emotional learning and PBIS, and then the cultural responsive instruction and curriculum writing. You'll also see that another change for this year was our enrollment projections, so that we could calculate the budget and get the budget out a little bit earlier to sites, was to do a 2-year trend on our October 1st actual enrollment. We do know that some sites will have adjustments. Not everything is exactly perfect because it is a projection, and we will work with sites on their budgets. Also, the additional referendum dollars, we will have a specific budget code that we will track the investments in our strategic plan. So we'll be able to identify the funds that we are spending. So what you see here is our school budget timeline, and we are on track to roll out the budgets next Monday, March 25th, to the sites. Schools will receive a budget toolkit, which is a worksheet, which has multiple tabs for the schools with a lot of information, including a 1-page summary of their budget, and then they have a worksheet that kind of acts like a checkbook. They get allocations, and then they buy their positions and their school budget categories. We'll also have an FAQ guide from communications, along with a budget video that will roll out that week for principals. We're also holding a budget fair next Wednesday for principals to give information that finance couldn't otherwise give, information such as special ed allocations, where there's more information. We have multiple departments that are going to come and allow principals to come and ask questions about allocations within their budget. If there are specific questions around, say, a counseling allocation or a nurse allocation, so they can get their questions answered before they start preparing the detailed budgets they have. So it's a way to provide more information to the principals so that they're tooled with what they need. Also, we will be providing guidance to the principals on the community engagement, and that will be coming in our next update to you. So again, you'll see the timeline. March 25th, which is next Monday, is the rollout, and then there'll be joint budget meetings with principals. There'll be the budget fair that will be taking place, and then school budgets will be due April 19th. So we're giving about a good month for the budget process for schools. We want to make sure they have enough time to work on their budgets, but also being mindful of the timeline for human resources and staffing, and being able to get those FTEs secure in budgets for next year. And then for program budget timeline, we have put a date of a week later, April 1st, for the programs, which would include the departmental allocations, such as ours, the finance office, HR, most of the allocations within the departmental programs, which would also include our community ed, our food service, operations pieces of the budget. So again, those would be a week later to just time that so that we're able to support the school sites and then roll out programs to tier that. And so those would be rolled out, and then April 26th, a week later, giving HR a little time to work within all of the meetings that will take place with leadership, the program administrators, and accounting to incorporate those meetings also with staffing. And so again, there'll be communication guides also for programs. So that concludes what's happening within the next month. There will be a lot more information coming with details on allocation information, but that is still underway right now. So work in progress, and we will have that done soon. So.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be a little bit myopic here in terms of looking at it strictly from the school board member's point of view, because I want to kind of know what the expectations for us will be. The next committee of the board meeting is April 9th, and then the school budgets are going to be due on the 19th, and then we're going to have our regular board meeting on the 23rd. Then the program budgets will be due on the 26th. What will our chores be, so to speak, at that committee of the board meeting on the 9th and our regular board meeting on April 23rd? Because I don't expect that you'll be able to, if you get this on Friday the 19th, all of the school budgets are going to be coming to you. Maybe some of them will come in early, but we obviously won't be able to talk about to a total extent what it looks like, or will we? I don't know.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, Director Broderick, we will be providing you updates as the budget is rolled out, what we're hearing back. We also would like any feedback that you're getting as board members. We will be holding some budget hearings. The first one is anticipated in our timeline, the week of April 15th. So we're trying to get those a little bit earlier on our schedule so that we can make sure we're incorporating feedback within the school's budgets. So we're trying to schedule those a little bit earlier, and we'll be in contact with you, providing more information. There are some scheduled meetings, and we'll be in contact with you to give you a lot more detailed information. So stay tuned, because there will be more information provided, and what your role is as board members coordinated.
And if I could just add, Director Broderick, by the June 30 deadline to pass the budget, we're putting together chapters to make this whole thing come together. So as time goes on, you'll have more and more information as well that'll start to put together, the entire budget as a whole.
Thank you both.
You're welcome.
I'm just curious about, we know that enrollment projections to site determines, sections that principals need to buy in terms of like grade levels or prep providers. And so when did projection enrollment go out to sites? Have they gone out to sites yet?
Not yet. Currently, the budgets are being reviewed. We're taking a second glance at the enrollment by site because there was a 2-year trend analysis of enrollment. That was the best information we had. What we're doing right now is looking for any anomalies. As we presented to you back in January, there may be anomalies such as a school that was under construction or a school that is adding another section for, say, a dual immersion program. We have to take all of that into consideration also. So if there are anomalies, of course, we are going to be mindful and plan for that with principals. But we also want principals to get in their hands the budgets and work with them. And like any budget, it's a projection. And we want to make sure that we are setting up our schools for success also. So again, enrollment is projected as of a certain period in the spring. It's not necessarily what takes place in the fall. So we have to be mindful of what we give in the spring isn't always necessarily what is the picture in the fall either. And so we want to at least take this picture now, but also look in the fall again. We may need to make additional adjustments, not only in the fall, but maybe again, even midsummer for another adjustment so that schools are ready.
So just for clarification, that the principals will receive the projected enrollment with their budget?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so no other new business. Does anyone have any information, requests, or responses they would like to provide?
I would just make a request to the executive committee to talk over the possibility of us having a retreat in the near future. I think it's been quite a while since we've actually had a board retreat, and I think, quite honestly, I think we're due for one.
Director Foster?
And I don't know who I should make this request to, but thinking about our recognitions today, and thinking about equity in the district, we celebrate our sports teams, but I just think about the last 6 months and what I've seen in awards going out to students in robotics, in dance. We've got all various forms of art forms that we are seeing that we need to be acknowledging and giving those children actually opportunities, those students and scholars opportunities to come before us as well. If we're talking about equity and acknowledgement of that, sports is wonderful and does great things for student leaders. So to do those other things that our students are excelling and winning awards for in community. And I think we need to take the time to acknowledge those as well. And so I don't know what that process looks like, what we'd have to go about talking about it, but I think we really need to have, I've asked this before last year, so I'm bringing it back now and I'm not going to let it go.
Thank you, Director Foster. I'm looking out at Director Kilgore because we do have an internal group that's looking at this and going to bring some recommendations to me.
I just want to add on to that request too, and add that I think SEEB should be also part of, like, we should recognize SEEB before the end of the academic school year as well.
Any future agenda items? Nope. Are there reports or communications that board members would like to share? Director Van Wert?
Yeah, just real quick. Of course, every month the St. Paul Children's Collaborative meets, and this month we're focusing on after-school programs and finding that the funding for that is going down even as our needs go up with this change in start times. So some advocacy around that at the legislature is going to be needed. I think Mary is doing that, but that's a concern that the collaborative has in the president's budget nationally. All of the after-school programs are zeroed out. Yep. So advocacy as well with our Congress people is important for that. Our FLIP program is one of those. FLIP's program is one of those that's funded through all federal funds. We also got a report on the college savings account from the mayor and the libraries, and how the libraries are hoping to be more engaged in with the children in our community. So that was pretty cool. Then we have our pre-K 3K steering committee also met. We're still talking about money and how we're going to fund this thing, but I'd really like for us sometime to really give you some more details about what's being planned, how that's going, and maybe it can be on an agenda sometime.
I have quite a bit to share. So I was here in the building last week, and there were lots of students in the building, which, that doesn't happen too often here. And so just kind of asked what was going on. And so I think it was back in September, we had gotten a presentation on the seals of bilingualism for our students. So it's an opportunity for them to get certificates because they're proficient or because of their language abilities. And so what I was told was that there was over 400 of our high school students registered to take this assessment and to be evaluated for their language proficiency in Arabic, Chinese, French, German, Hindi, Hmong, Japanese, Korean, Portuguese, Somali, Spanish, and Thai. And so I didn't know that, and so as I saw them kind of bustling in and out of rooms, they were taking this test, and so there was conversation about that. We are the only district, I think they said in the nation, that provides this assessment in Korean. And so it was really cool to see the students, but it was one, knowing that we had seen a presentation but happened to be in the building when they were doing the assessment, and then going, oh yeah, I remember there was a presentation on that, and didn't know at what time of the year it happened. So it was cool to be in the building when that was going on. And then I got a phone call from 2 weeks ago from 2 students from Gaultier who asked me to come and read with them for the Final Four that they're in. At first it was Final 8, and Phelan was also still in the mix then. And then after a snow day that we had, Phelan was no longer in it, but Gaultier was still in it. And so Gaultier made it to the Final Four, and the results of who won that battle between them and the other schools will be announced at the Final Four game. So there are students going to the Final Four, to the game, to find out who won this Reading My Own program. And so the mayor was there last Friday. Director Foster was there. Director Broderick was there. They also had Stephen Weatherly. Thank you. Stephen Weatherly from the Vikings was there too. He solved a Rubik's Cube in less than a minute, might have been 2. He was nervous because they were all staring at him while he was doing it. And he also signed lots of autographs and took pictures with kiddos, and it was a really cool event. Families ordered pizza for students, and from 4 o'clock until 7 o'clock they were reading, and they were taking breaks in between that time, but it was just fun to hang out with them. It was fun to read with them. It was just fun to be in the space with them. And like I said, I got a phone call from these 2 little voices who were just like, will you come to Gaultier? And I'm like, okay, what's happening? So it was very cool to get a phone call and there be students on the other end of it. Usually it's our adults, which is fine. That's great too. But it was very cool to have students on the other line. And there was an invitation that went out to board members from Hannah Pearson, who does APTT in the district. And there was an invitation to show up at one of our APTT sites. And so I went to 3 different ones. 2 of them were at Wellstone. One was 5th grade and one was kindergarten, and it was in Spanish. And so there was an interpreter interpreting for those of us who didn't know Spanish. I knew some of it. It was coming back to me. But also went to 4 Seasons was in a 5th grade class there too. And so APTT is a conference model that builds the capacity of teachers and families to work together to increase student academic achievement. And so teachers learn better how to communicate with families, and families learn ways to help their children on specific skills. And one of the really cool things about each of them, so it started at 6 o'clock, and I think at 5:30 they were serving dinner. So from 5:30 to 6, they were eating dinner, and then they go to the classroom at 6 o'clock. And the room was full of parents and students, and they were, comparing the data from when students initially took this test in like October, and then comparing it to students having taken the test again very recently, and like just tracking how much students learned in a very short time based on a skill game that they played with families that was helping students build on the skills to take the test later. And it was just really cool to watch just the family community within each of the classrooms. And each of the rooms I was at, there were 23 parents in the room. And there were multiple interpreters in the room, which was also very cool. There was a lot happening, but then there was also some really very focused time on making sure that everybody was understanding what was happening and the skill that needed to be learned and how to support students as they're learning the skill. It was just very, very cool. And I just was like, okay, so, and a lot of them had to be rescheduled because of the snow and the weather. And so just had to sit down with Hannah and just ask some questions like, what are the 3 most important things that you love about APTT? And she said that she thinks that it's a successful collaboration between SPFE and SPPS. She said leadership meet monthly to discuss ways to support the program. And she says SPFE and the district both share financial and leadership responsibilities of the program. And so it was really cool. And I would really like for us to be able to put that on a future agenda item, just so as we're talking about strategic plan and academic outcomes for students, like how does this align? And the piece with the families, I think, was really just the most impressive part to me. Just as they were just sitting together talking about like where their kids were when they first took the test, and some of it was beginning and some of the students were at different, they were all different in the first initial test, and then how much they grew. And it was, I cannot speak enough to how cool it was, one, to be in community with the families and just talk to them about how they felt like it was really helpful and that they could actually help their students. That was very cool. And then talked about how much students felt like they were learning and able to do and feeling really accomplished in the things that they were doing. So they were excited to take the test. I know I have some feelings about tests, but they were excited to take the test to be able to compare what their progress was. And so that was really cool. So I just want to read 2 quotes from a couple of parents. So these conferences are very thorough. Any questions or concerns I have are preemptively addressed. Staff is great and nice to know my child is in such caring hands. And then that was a parent from Como Elementary. And then a parent from Four Seasons said, thank you for what you have done with APTT. I have seen changes in my child's education every time I attend. And so, again, kind of where's some overlap with the strategic plan and academic outcomes, because this was very, very cool. So I think that's all I have. Oh, and then on Monday is MSBA Day at the Capitol. So nothing. That's it. All right. So let's see. Next on the agenda is future meeting schedule. It is next committee of the board meeting will be on Tuesday, April 9th, 2019 at 4:30. And the next regular Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, April 23rd, beginning at 5:30 with public comment. So I would motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you and good night. That was a very, very long meeting.